Chapter 76. Ahem. Mom, Xiao Duo can't use weapons now. Let him think about it. There's no need to rush. Zhuo Xiaonian pictured Zhuo Xiaoduo waving two sledgehammers in her mind. She couldn't look at it directly. It was like a lobster dancing with sledgehammers. So she tried to persuade him tactfully. Then I'll think about it. Think about it more. Zhuo Xiaoduo followed her advice. Her cell phone vibrated. Zhuo Xiaonian took it out and looked at it. Her face suddenly changed. She said, Mom, I won't eat. I have something to do. I have to go. As she spoke, she hurriedly ran into her room and changed into a set of clothes in an instant. She was wearing a white shirt and a white skirt. Then, she shot out of the window and made a turn in the air before disappearing into the sky. Cell phone. Yes, cell phone. Zhuo Xiaoduo remembered that he hadn't checked his cell phone for a long time. He vaguely remembered that the last message was from Lu Jiansheng. He took it out and looked at it. He muttered to himself, damn, I didn't expect that the guy I beat up had a gang background. So powerful. Fortunately, I ran away quickly. The Azure Dragon Gang, the biggest gang in the local area. I don't know if they will come to stop me again in the future. Zhuo Xiaoduo was worried. At this time, there was still a long time before school started, but number 2 high school was already on guard. It could be said that they were on guard in all directions. Especially at the school gate, there were several people in robes standing with their hands behind their backs and eyes like eagles. A little distance away, there were teams of soldiers patrolling from time to time. The students who arrived at school were only allowed to enter but not leave. Zhuo Xiaoduo went all the way to school. At first glance, he was shocked by the strict posture. Was it because of the gang who attacked the principal and teacher Qin yesterday? Under the gaze of countless masters, Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly entered the school with his tail between his legs. Even after he successfully entered the school, he was still a little scared and shuddered. As soon as they entered, they saw 10 big men with pale faces hugging trees on one side of the sports field. Well, to be more precise, they were shackled to the trees with handcuffs and shackles. Judging from the state of these people, it was estimated that these 10 brothers had been shackled for the whole night. It was none other than the 10 that had stopped him. These people were separated from each other by quite a distance. In front of each of them, there was one person interrogating them, and another person taking notes. Then, there was another person standing to the side with his hands behind his back and a dark face. It was unknown when he would pull out his gun and shout, "You're lying. I'll kill you." Before he could finish his sentence, a loud roar came from the other side. "You're lying. I'll kill you." And so on and so forth. It was basically the same sentence, rising and falling one after another in an endless stream. The 10 people who had exhausted their physical strength to the limit and were also mentally exhausted were scared out of their wits. Their faces were pale. Your companions have already confessed. Now, you're the only one left. Try being stubborn again. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that they would cause such a huge commotion just to kidnap a student. More than 2,000 masters had been mobilized, right? What kind of family's child were they trying to kidnap? Could it be the son of some feudal official? This was like poking a hornet's nest. Zhuo Xiaoduo just stood at the side and watched curiously. Then, someone came over. "Student, you're not allowed to watch here. Please leave immediately." Oh. Zhuo Xiaoduo was unusually obedient. He turned around and left without stopping. If he didn't want to watch, then so be it. He didn't want to watch. After taking a few steps, he found Li Chenglong watching the commotion from afar. "What's going on?" Zhuo Xiaoduo walked over and asked. "What's going on? This is too big." Li Chenglong's face was pale. He was obviously frightened, but there was also a sense of schadenfreude. First, it said that the principal was assassinated yesterday. Sua Xiaoduo nodded. I know about it. I saw it with my own eyes. Second, it said that the principal's assassination has a lot of implications. There are spies from the UMNO alliance in the school. They're investigating it. Li Chenglong was indeed well informed. I also thought of this. Third, the Azure Dragon gang was destroyed. Everyone in the gang was killed. Little Fatty's face was pale. He was gloating. The Azure Dragon gang was destroyed. This time, Sua Xiaoduo was shocked. Yeah. Li Chenglong looked around and whispered in Sua Xiaoduo's ear, do you remember Zheng Dai? Proud? Who's that? Sua Xiaoduo was confused. That day when you went to class 1, other than Cheng Fangji, he scolded the most and his mouth was the dirtiest. When he fought, he was especially ruthless. Don't you remember? He's always been the most arrogant in the school. He's always surrounded by more than a dozen people. Li Chenglong was stunned. Sua Xiaoduo beat people up these 2 days. Cheng Fangji and Zheng Dai were the most ruthless. In the end, he said he didn't know. Little Fatty felt a little confused. That's him. What's wrong? Sua Xiaoduo remembered. What's wrong? Li Chenglong snorted and said, this guy is the young leader of the Azure Dragon gang. Do you see the 10 people under the tree? They're from the Azure Dragon gang. Hiss. Sua Xiaoduo was shocked. These 10 people wanted to catch me yesterday afternoon, but they were caught by teacher Lu Jiansheng. So many things happened. These 10 people are still alive. We should really thank teacher Lu Jiansheng and the others. Little Fatty sighed, otherwise, if they were in the Azure Dragon gang last night, they would probably be buried by now. The entire Azure Dragon gang, from top to bottom, died collectively. Now the remaining people of the Azure Dragon gang are in our school. Well, it's these 10 people and their young leader, Zheng Dai. Little Fatty looked melancholy. Zheng Dai, this guy, from now on, can take a family photo alone. 2 fucking buns are enough to fill the whole family. Little Fatty seemed to be sighing, but no matter how Sua Xiaoduo listened, he could feel that he was rejoicing in other people's misfortune. As they were talking, Qin Fangyang came. His face was still a little pale. Yesterday afternoon, he immediately rushed back to catch Mu Yunfeng, but Mu Yunfeng had disappeared when he came back. This made Qin Fangyang unhappy until now. When he saw Sua Xiaoduo at a glance, he immediately walked over. Why are you so late? Hurry up and come with me. Qin Fangyang walked in front in a hurry. At first glance, he looked normal, but Sua Xiaoduo heard a voice as soft as a mosquito. Remember, you didn't make a move yesterday. You don't know anything. Sua Xiaoduo's heart suddenly trembled, but his face still remained calm. He was just like how he usually was. He followed Qin Fangyang all the way into the principal's office. He saw that the huge office was already full of people. At a glance, there were at least 17 or 18 people in the room. It was full and crowded, almost squeezed into an egg. At this moment, the person sitting in the middle was not the principal of number 2 high school, Li Changjiang, but a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s with a smile on his face. This person's body was slightly fat, but his eyes were particularly clear and sharp. The hair on his head was not thick, and he looked like he was balding. One side of his hair was pulled over to cover his shiny scalp. In addition to this person, the more conspicuous ones were the 2 officers sitting next to him. The white battle robes they wore were different from the rest, and the military badges they wore were even more dazzling and pleasing to the eye. Sua Xiaoduo looked around and found that Li Changjiang was sitting at a seat closer to the side. There was only a small stool under his butt, and he looked at the door from time to time. Director Jiang, Sua Xiaoduo is here. Qin Fangyang brought Sua Xiaoduo in and said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Sua Xiaoduo knew what he meant. Needless to say, this room was full of high-ranking officials. Their administrative level was at least higher than Li Changjiang, the principal. Much higher, much higher. Hello, leaders. Hello, officers. Hello, principal, teachers. Hello, uncles who I don't know how to address. Anyway, hello, everyone. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mouth was instantly as sweet as honey. His small face was white and rosy, obedient, sensible, and smart. His eyes were innocent, immature, and filled with curiosity and liveliness. What an honest, obedient, cute, sensible, and sweet-tongued young man. Many people in the room had similar praises in their hearts. Qin Fangyang subconsciously turned his head away. Li Changjiang also lowered his head and coughed softly. Looking at this piece of meat that could not be cooked, smashed, cut, or chewed was actually trying to act cute here, the two of them felt that they could not look straight at him. This child is not bad, very polite. The middle-aged man in the middle smiled and praised him. Because of the practice of martial arts from a young age, as long as the child has a little foundation, all of them want to have their nostrils pointed to the sky. Such a sensible and polite child is really rare. Li Changjiang's throat itched. He thought to himself, you probably haven't seen Zhuo Xiaoduo's true manners yet. He coughed and said, Zhuo Xiaoduo, this is Director Jiang of Star Shield. He asks you a question, you have to answer truthfully, understand? Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded even more obediently and replied, yes, Principal. Hello, Director Jiang. Director Jiang said pleasantly, you're Zhuo Xiaoduo. Well, aren't you afraid of me? Zhuo Xiaoduo's blushing face was full of smiles. Director Jiang, what's there to be afraid of? If Principal Li hadn't said that you were the director, you wouldn't look like one at all. You look so kind, no different from the uncle in the park. You must be a good leader who specializes in doing good things for the people. It would be abnormal if I was afraid of you, right? When I first saw you, I only felt close to you. Where did fear come from? Director Jiang laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, little guy, you're not bad. Zhuo Xiaoduo giggled and scratched his head in an honest and cute manner. He looked embarrassed by the sudden praise. Qin Fangyang's face turned red. He, who was always calm, could no longer stay calm. Zhuo Xiaoduo, don't be nervous. I just want to ask you a few questions. Just treat it as a casual chat. Director Jiang said pleasantly. I know, let's chat. Let me ask you. Director Jiang's face suddenly changed. He slammed the table with a bang. From his previous gentle and charming manner, he suddenly became vigorous and resolute. His voice was like thunder, shaking people's souls and making them lose their minds. Why did you go to class 1 to cause trouble? What's your purpose? What do you know? Speak. With this anger, all the hair on the top of his head suddenly floated to one side, revealing his shiny scalp. Zhuo Xiaoduo jumped in fright, because the scalp could actually reflect his own face. Suddenly, he had an idea. If he raised his head, wouldn't he be able to see his own butt from the back of his head? Ordinary people didn't have this ability. It's about to be published. Brothers from all over the world, please support the official paid reading. Well, as usual, please recommend it. Chapter 77. Ah! Mom! Zhuo Xiaoduo sat on the ground, his face pale. He stuttered, I want to pee. Speak. He slammed the table. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was pale and his body was trembling. He seemed to be scared out of his wits. Qin Fangyang grinned and his face twitched. He walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Tell me the truth. A dozen pairs of cold eyes suddenly shone on Qin Fangyang like searchlights. Qin Fangyang's expression remained unchanged and he took half a step back. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked like he had just recovered from the shock. It's like this. They hit my classmate, so I wanted to hit them back. Speaking of this, he seemed to slowly regain his consciousness. He suddenly shouted, even if I couldn't beat them, I would at most be beaten up by them. No one can beat my classmate for no reason. This is too much. Even if it's for revenge, once is enough. Why did you go a second time? Chief Zhang's eyes were like lightning. Did you discover something? What did I discover? Zhuo Xiaoduo was at a loss. Yes, I hate them when I see them. I realized that they are ugly, so I wanted to beat them up a few more times. If it wasn't for teacher who's pleading, I wanted to continue until I don't hate them anymore. Then why did you go against teacher Mu when you went in? I didn't go against teacher, absolutely not. Who spread this rumor about me? This is slander, and nonsense. Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little anxious in his heart. This matter seems to have gotten out of hand. Is he really going to punish me? I did whatever teacher Mu said. She told me not to cause trouble, so I went out. How could I dare to go against teacher? I went after class and went back before class. I definitely didn't delay teacher's teaching. Then why did you still go after class and the next morning? Why did you do that? I didn't vent my anger enough. I still don't like them. I hate them everywhere. So I continued to beat them up. Zhuo Xiaoduo stomped on the ground with the tips of his toes. Yes, I was too impulsive. I was too caught up in the moment. Teacher, I was wrong. I destroyed the atmosphere of unity on campus, affected the camaraderie between fellow students, and hindered the order of teaching. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his head, and his voice became more and more passionate. But I, at the beginning, was really only hot-blooded and full of loyalty. What I did was right to the heavens, to the earth, and to my conscience. I didn't let down my country, I didn't let down my people, I didn't let down the astral souls, and I didn't let down the tens of millions of years of glorious cultural heritage on the mainland. Silence filled the room. Even Chief Jiang was dumbfounded. What did I just ask? What was his answer? What the hell was going on? This was completely irrelevant, wasn't it? I'm asking, did you find anything? Chief Jiang had a headache. Discover what? Zhuo Xiaoduo was startled. What can you discover? Oh, that Qing Fangji has a scar on his face. The officials in the room once again felt a wave of helplessness. Chief Jiang skillfully shook his head, and the hair that had deviated from its fixed position was flung back to cover his scalp. He sighed. Zhuo Xiaoduo, you can go back to class. Qin Fangyang left with Zhuo Xiaoduo. What did the clear heart mirror say? Chief Jiang asked. It didn't lie. Every word was the truth. It came from the heart. Another middle-aged man, who had his head lowered, replied affirmatively. What a pity. Chief Jiang looked disappointed. I thought he was a perception-type genius who could detect the No Alliance's spies with his senses. Sigh. Li Changjiang lowered his head, and his eyes rolled quietly. A perception-type genius? He remembered one thing. The evaluation of Zhuo Xiaoduo's heterodox devil heart. His extraordinary mind was completely unaffected by the illusion. However, he forcefully suppressed it right away. Now, the whole school was almost under the No Alliance. He really didn't know who to trust. Ruoyun was right. Let nature take its course. Don't harm the child because of a moment of impulse. At the end of the day, Zhuo Xiaoduo was still a teenager. Chief Jiang said lightly, Mu Yunfeng left the school after school yesterday afternoon, and we lost track of him since then. It has been confirmed that all 50 students in the first class have been affected by the army obliteration charm. These 50 students are the elite students of the entire second high school. Chief Jiang's expression was indignant and melancholy. Chief Sun. Such a big mistake has occurred. What kind of inaction and dereliction of duty is the Martial Arts Educational Bureau? A middle-aged man stood up, his face full of sweat. This will cause a huge uproar in society. Most of the children who can enter the elite class have good family backgrounds, and they are influential in Phoenix City. List the ninth batch of students who have graduated from Mu Yunfeng's teaching immediately and hand over their scores to Star Shield. Everyone has to undergo the Crystal Pass test. Suspend all the duties and missions of these people. Yes. Isolate those 50 students temporarily to confirm the situation. Why don't we send them directly to the Crystal Pass? Another officer asked with a frown. There must be a spy among the students. Chief Jiang said indifferently, if we can't find this person, we can only isolate them forever. Yes. Also, Vice Principal Gao Yi of 2nd High School. Chief Jiang said, he was the one who introduced Mu Yunfeng to the school to teach, right? Who else did he introduce? Investigate all of them. Including the classes he has taught and the students he has taught. Those who have graduated are also included. Li Changjiang stood up in shock. Chief Jiang, the scope of this incident is too big. If this is really the case, it could easily implicate tens of thousands of people. We still have to handle it carefully. Chief Jiang's gaze was as sharp as a needle. Handle it carefully. What if something goes wrong? Principal Li, can you bear the responsibility? Li Changjiang's face turned pale, and he kept quiet. How many students had graduated from 2nd High School over the years? Many of them already held important positions in the army, and some held positions in politics and education. There were people from all walks of life. If Li Changjiang had to take responsibility for anything that went wrong in any of the positions, Li Changjiang felt that it would be better for him to hang himself as soon as possible, with so many people, who could guarantee that nothing would happen to any of them. What a joke! There was a sound at the door. The tall and thin Vice Principal Gao was brought in. Qin Fangyang brought Zhuo Xiaoduo out of the office, but he did not send him to the classroom. Instead, he brought him back to his own teacher's office. Sit down. Teacher, don't you need to go back for another meeting? Zhuo Xiaoduo was curious. His position is too high. What can I do? Qin Fangyang took a breath. Besides, I don't want to deal with this group of people. Ah. Qin Fangyang frowned as if he was thinking about something. His fingers tapped on the table unconsciously. After a long time, he said slowly, Zhuo Xiaoduo, I need you to do me a favor. What favor? Teacher, please tell me. As long as I can help you, I will do my best without hesitation. I just want you to help me read my fortune. Qin Fangyang raised his head. His eyes were filled with indescribable exhaustion and desolation. I want to know my fate in marriage. Fate in marriage? Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. Teacher Qin's request was not a surprise or a shock, but a horror. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still in shock. Qin Fangyang's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Li Changjiang. Bring Zhuo Xiaoduo to me later. Qin Fangyang put down his phone quietly. He raised his head and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. A mysterious light flashed in his eyes. Teacher Qin, I wonder if you... Zhuo Xiaoduo was cautious. He felt that Qin Fangyang was a little strange today. It seemed that he was not in his right mind. Zhuo Xiaoduo had only been promoted to the warrior class for a few days. Strictly speaking, he was not familiar with Qin Fangyang. Due to his dignity as a teacher, he had never seriously looked at Qin Fangyang's face. How could a student stare at a teacher's face without blinking? Zhuo Xiaoduo would occasionally sweep a glance, but at most, he would check if the other party was filled with black qi or if a calamity was about to befall him. If there was no danger, then it was fine. Teacher Qin, are you serious? I'm serious. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and said in a low voice, these days, I've been feeling uneasy. I keep feeling that I'm going to lose something forever. Especially after I got injured, my senses have become sharper. I remember what you said before. If I didn't have a calamity, would I? Qin Fangyang did not continue. He turned around and sat upright. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at him seriously for a while and murmured, Teacher Qin, your face. I don't know what to say. As the saying goes, I'm a man of iron. Just say it. Qin Fangyang said. You're asking about fate. But you're separated. Probably because you're alone and can't find a companion. Zhuo Xiaoduo's words were rather reserved. Based on Qin Fangyang's physiognomy, his marriage affinity wasn't just bad, it was extremely bad. Qin Fangyang nodded as expected and said, just say it in detail. There's no need to worry. Teacher Qin, your marriage can be said to be full of twists and turns. Although you once had a harmonious and beautiful time, you soon fell into a state of separation. After that, you probably didn't want to let go and continued to search for this fate. Qin Wanru said with a smile. Teacher Qin, from what I've seen from your face, your fate is deep but shallow. Even if it's not a bad fate, it's definitely not a good fate. It can be said to be very bad. Qin Fangyang closed his eyes and exhaled softly. I'm afraid that teacher has been searching for her for many, many years. Zhuo Xiaoduo spoke more cautiously than before. Qin Fangyang closed his eyes and said quietly, it's been a long time indeed. It's been 82 years and 4 months, 82 years. Hearing this number, Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. Qin Fangyang looked like he was in his 30s, but he said that they had been separated for more than 80 years. Then how old was teacher Qin now? As for his other half, she was probably part of the elderly population now, right? However, Zhuo Xiaoduo thought about it and did not dare to ask this question. Your physiognomy is good. What you said about the past is accurate. But you still have to tell me directly. Can I still find her? Qin Fangyang lowered his head and asked in a low voice. Find her? Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little upset. Teacher, your fate is to fly to the ends of the earth, to the ends of the earth. How are you going to find her? However, Zhuo Xiaoduo carefully observed Qin Fangyang for a long time. He could faintly feel that there was still some connection between the two of them. However, the connection was too shallow, and it was difficult to continue. Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered for 2 seconds and said, Teacher Qin, please write something for me to see. 1st of July, cough, cough, I'm now thinking about how many chapters to release. Headache, so please recommend me. Chapter 78. Write a word. Qin Fangyang knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo wanted to do a word reading. Without further ado, he grabbed a piece of paper and scribbled a word on it. It was done in a flash. Qian. Zhuo Xiaoduo took the paper and looked at it carefully. He couldn't help but sigh. Teacher Qin, it's not impossible for you to find that person. But I'm afraid that you'll regret it in the end. Love is deep but fate is shallow. There's no way to force it. What do you mean? Qian is obviously a girl's name. Just this word alone is not good enough for you. Qian starts with the word grass. It's delicate and delicate. Based on your many years of fruitless searching, you're looking for a delicate girl. She's hidden in the grass. A blade of grass blends into the grassland. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's impossible. And this is only the simplest jia word. Qin Fangyang was obviously dissatisfied. What about the deeper level? You've been searching for her for a long time without giving up. The main reason you can't find her isn't because you can't find her. It's because she doesn't want to see you. It's like you want to wake up a person who's pretending to be asleep. How can you do that? The word qian starts with the word grass. Grass has wilted and flourished. Below the word grass, it can be qian or dry. When grass dries, it's withered. The girl you're looking for has a withered face. This is the cause and effect. What's more, you can't find her, but that doesn't mean you can't find her. Zhuo Xiaoduo said calmly, Where is there no grass in life? Wherever you are, she might be by your side. You're just turning a blind eye to her. Qin Fangyang's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Found her. Found her. Qian doesn't want to see me. It's as if I don't see her. Maybe she's by your side. Qin Fangyang stood up. His eyebrows were tightly knitted. With his hands behind his back, he paced slowly. After a long time, he asked in a low voice, "What if I insist on finding her?" Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed, "Teacher, if you are determined to look for it, you can find it." That Qian character, although it can be said that it starts with the word grass, it can also be said that it starts with the word tomb. The Qian character below, when reversed, is the word earth. Dig the soil and bury it. Teacher Qin, if you want to forcefully reverse this relationship, I'm afraid. By the time you find her, you'll already be buried. Zhuo Xiaoduo said softly, "Teacher Qin, you have to think twice about this matter. You have to insist on this wrong relationship. You can't allow others or yourself to have it. It's too late to regret if you keep repeating it over and over again. Why bother? The day they are found will be the day they are buried." Qin Fangyang slowly mumbled. He slowly walked to the window and looked out. He looked at the red maple leaves that were rustling in the wind. He felt that the maple leaves were like blood. Golden light danced and flowed on the red leaves, like drops of tears rolling around. The day they are found will be the day they are buried. Qian, you're so cruel. He stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze was deep and distant. It was as if he had returned to that day that it was when he had just entered the embryonic breathing realm. He had gone on an adventure with his beloved wife, Lu Qianqian, and 2 other companions to fight for resources in exchange for college points so that they could practice better. At the side of a deserted pool, the group had found 2 stalks of 1,000-year-old star spiritual herbs. Just 1 stalk of such 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs would allow the user to be reborn and improve their cultivation greatly. It was also at that time that a sudden change occurred. His 2 companions, who had been calling each other brothers, took advantage of the delicate moment when he was concentrating on collecting the star spiritual herbs to kill him and Lu Qianqian. Just as he was about to be beheaded and die, Qianqian used her delicate body, which had already been stabbed in the chest, to block the fatal attack for him. His dantian was completely shattered. Since Qin Fangyang had survived, he naturally counterattacked. Qin Fangyang's actual ability was far above the other party. When the 2 of them saw that the situation was not good, they immediately fled. Qin Fangyang did not chase after them. His whole heart was on Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian, who had been stabbed in the chest and had her dantian shattered, was already seriously injured and on the verge of death. Her internal and external injuries were extremely serious. Qin Fangyang used the star spiritual herb that he had just obtained to prolong Lu Qianqian's life. Finally, the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb's effect was extraordinary. It kept her alive and improved her injuries. After the 2 of them returned, they searched everywhere for famous doctors. In the end, their lives were saved. However, their dantian was shattered beyond repair. The path of martial arts was cut off from then on. The 5 years of searching for doctors was a tearful journey. At that time, Qianqian was in her prime, the best time of her life. She had fallen from the heavens into the abyss. However, she did not seek death. Instead, she accepted this reality with a very calm and indifferent attitude. When the 2 of them went to Longzhou City, he went out again to search for famous doctors. Qianqian stayed in the hotel to wait for him to return. However, when he returned, Qianqian was nowhere to be found. There was only a piece of paper and a poem left on the table. A man's ambition in life is to fight in a magnificent city. Shouldering the responsibility of the country, how can it be limited to love? After today's farewell, the horizon is untouched. My heart is like the bright moon, shining on the emperor every night. After that, Qin Fangyang searched crazily for Lu Qianqian for 2 years. However, he could not find her. Qin Fangyang searched every city that the two of them had been to. In their hometown, Qin Fangyang even turned the land upside down to search. However, there was still no trace of Qianqian. In the end, all of Qin Fangyang's deep feelings turned into anger. He was angry at the two people who had plotted against them. 7 years later, he officially started to seek revenge. Qin Fangyang found the two people very quickly and engaged in many battles. Originally, Qin Fangyang's strength was far above them. However, during the 7 years of searching for Lu Qianqian, he practically did not cultivate. On the other hand, the two people knew that Qin Fangyang would definitely seek revenge. They cultivated diligently and improved greatly. After many battles, the one who was at a disadvantage was actually Qin Fangyang. In the end, Qin Fangyang escaped with serious injuries. However, Qin Fangyang did not want to let others take revenge for him. Therefore, he resolutely went to the Sun-Moon Pass and joined the army. Through resisting the Umno alliance, he honed his own cultivation. After thousands of battles, he had countless military achievements. In the past, countless of his comrades had died in battle outside the Sun-Moon Pass. However, every battle was a charge to the death. Qin Fangyang, who led the charge, miraculously survived. My heart is like the bright moon, shining on the emperor every night. Qianqian, have you been protecting me all this time? Until he reached the nascent soul realm, Qin Fangyang accumulated merits and became a general. However, at this time, the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time came back with an unstoppable momentum. I've done it. Qianqian. A man's ambition in life is to fight in a magnificent city. Shouldering the responsibility of the country, how can it be limited to love? I've already completed your task, but I still can't let go of you. I can't let go of my enemy. Qin Fangyang did not care about his superior's persuasion and resolutely resigned. Then, he went on the path of revenge. In the blink of an eye, he killed one of his two enemies with his sword. The other escaped with serious injuries and no one knew where he went. After that, Qin Fangyang began his journey to find Lu Qianqian again. At that time, when he left the army, Qin Fangyang stood outside the headquarters Commander-in-Chief Dongfang's tent for an entire night. He begged Commander-in-Chief Dongfang to use his unique aura observation technique to point him in a direction. After an entire night, Commander-in-Chief Dongfang still did not appear. In the end, a guard handed him a note. Where the heart is at peace is where the heart is at home. Qin Fangyang wandered the world and searched bitterly for 28 years, but there was no news. The fire of anxiety in his heart had never disappeared. Until one day, when he came to Fengshou City. He suddenly remembered that Lu Qianqian had said something when they were together. According to ancient legends, there used to be phoenixes on this continent, and phoenixes have fallen in some cities. I really want to see it. Yes, there were too many legends about the continent of astral souls. Fengshou City, Fengguan City, Fengling City, Fengming City, Fengwei City. And so on. These kinds of names were said to be the places where phoenixes had fallen in the legends. That was why they had such names. Qin Fangyang's mind flickered, as if he had grasped a key point. From then on, his footsteps became selective, and he went to all the cities with the word Feng. He remembered Commander-in-Chief Dongfang's words. Where the heart is at peace is where the heart is at home. However, in all the cities he set foot in, he did not feel such a feeling of peace. Instead, he became more and more anxious. Until one day, he came to Phoenix City. The moment he entered the city, he felt that his restless heart had inexplicably calmed down. It was as if he had finally found his home after wandering for many years. He was no longer impatient, no longer anxious, and slowly walked around the city for half a month. Then, he discovered, no, it should be said that he confirmed that this Phoenix City's martial arts school No. 2 high school, whenever he approached, he would feel exceptionally peaceful and steady. Thus, he came to No. 2 high school, applied for a teaching position, and became an ordinary teacher. Then, he settled down here. If I can't fight at the border, then I'll teach my skills to the next generation. I'll train generation after generation of elites to fight against the UMNO alliance, and protect my country in another way. And this was also another way to fulfill Qianqian's wish. Qin Fangyang conscientiously carried out his teaching duties step by step, and his heart was at peace. I've fulfilled your wish. It was because of this sense of satisfaction that he had been teaching here for more than a few decades. However, recently, Qin Fangyang felt that his heart was in a mess again. His thoughts were like a tide, and it was difficult to control. Often, he would unconsciously have a feeling, a kind of emotion, I've done all your wishes for you, but where are you? It was the same as before, but there was an additional question mark. Where are you? Especially during this period, his heart was pounding, and he felt that he was going to lose his harbor. This feeling made Qin Fangyang very uneasy. Until a few days ago, when he accidentally heard Zhuo Xiaoduo's theory about the strange perception of humans, this feeling of uneasiness rose to the peak. After so many years, Qianqian should be more than 120 years old now, right? She can't cultivate, and her life is coming to an end. Is this feeling deliberately reminding me to see her for the last time? That's right, this is another way of telling me that my feelings are true. That's right. That's right. Writing this chapter is so tiring. I dare say that no one has ever solved the Qianqian character before, would you believe me? So, you should give me all the recommendation votes, right? Recommended new book by Platinum Guru, Saving the World, author of The Library of Heaven's Path, quite good. Chapter 79. The day we meet again is the day we part forever. Qin Fangyang's heart felt like it was being fried in oil when he thought of this. Yesterday's incident might have been a big deal in Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes, but for someone as experienced as Qin Fangyang, it was not a big deal. However, such a small matter had caused him to be injured, and then involved the UMNO alliance's military defeat. The extent of the implications made Qin Fangyang feel that this place would no longer be peaceful. Following that, as he was injured, he once again recalled the time when Lu Qianqian had risked her life to protect him, and the fear of losing him forever. This was what Qin Fangyang feared the most. That was why he could not wait to look for Zhuo Xiaoduo. To Qin Fangyang, Zhuo Xiaoduo was his only hope, a life-saving straw. Now, Zhuo Xiaoduo had finished looking at it. Although it sounded a little far-fetched, it was very different from what he had imagined. Not only was there hope, but it was also a clear direction. However, Qin Fangyang did not dare to look for it himself. Because he knew very well that what Zhuo Xiaoduo said was true. Forcing this fate will only make mistakes worse. The day I find it is the day I die. Why did Qianqian leave him? Because Qianqian used to be a martial artist, and she knew her own condition very well. The lifespan of a martial artist was long, and with Qin Fangyang's talent, he would definitely live for at least 1,000 years. After she lost the possibility of continuing her cultivation, even if her body was stronger than ordinary people because of her previous cultivation, her lifespan was at most 100 years. No matter how beautiful she was when she was young, and how she maintained her beauty, she could only maintain her beauty for 10 or 20 years at most. What was more certain was that when she was too old to move, and even incontinent, as long as Qin Fangyang was willing, she would still look like she was in her 20s or 30s. To put it more cruelly, even if she died a few hundred years later, Qin Fangyang would still not age. When they slowly grew old together, it would be an extravagant hope for them to grow old together. Thought which woman could bear this kind of reality? I've already turned into a sea of mulberry fields, but you're still an elegant young man. To Qianqian, this was undoubtedly more painful than death. My heart is like the bright moon, shining upon you every night. Qin Fangyang looked out the window with his hands behind his back and murmured, but where is Minuet? His voice was hoarse and even trembling a little. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was listening from the side, could feel the pain of Qin Fangyang's heart being torn apart. It was a bleeding wound that hadn't healed. This time, Zhou Xiaoduo was really obedient and sat quietly at the side, not daring to disturb them. He only felt that the atmosphere in front of him was unbearably sticky. After a long time, Qin Fangyang heaved a long sigh of relief. He muttered, "So, you're here." His voice was soft and thin. It was as if a movie was playing in his mind. Countless figures flashed through his mind like a white steed flitting across a gap. Qin Fangyang sighed. "Teacher, are you all right?" Zhou Xiaoduo, who had been holding it in for a long time, finally couldn't help but ask. "Yes, I'm fine." Qin Fangyang smiled bitterly. It was rare for him to take out a cigarette and light it up. He only took a puff, but he choked on the smoke. He laughed self-deprecatingly. "I haven't smoked for a long time. I actually choked on my eyes." He rubbed his eyes and said, "Xiaoduo, don't read people's fortunes so easily in the future." Zhou Xiaoduo said noncommittally, "Okay." He thought to himself, if I don't read people's fortune, where would I get the luck points from that I'm waiting for this thing to save my life? However, Zhou Xiaoduo also knew now that he had read Qin Fangyang's fortune in vain. Because it seemed that Qin Fangyang had decided to give up on getting to the bottom of it. After a while, Qin Fangyang's mood slowly stabilized and returned to normal. He turned around and stared at Zhou Xiaoduo's face. He asked seriously, word by word, "Xiaoduo, tell me, you've been causing trouble for class 1 for the past few days without stopping. What's the real reason? Did you find something wrong?" Zhou Xiaoduo hesitated for a moment and said thoughtfully, "I really just wanted to beat them up at the beginning. You must have figured it out by now. At that time, my cultivation had improved greatly. In fact, I was full of confidence when I went to find them. However, when I came to fight later, I accidentally found that the whole class was collectively suffering from bad luck. They were covered in black light. Of course, I had some thoughts." Qin Fangyang nodded. "So that's why you've been making a ruckus?" "If Gu Yuanhang and the others didn't apologize, which made me feel that something was wrong, would you still want to beat them up?" Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head and smiled honestly, "Something like that. At least, I wanted to block their door for another 3 to 7 days. I wanted to beat them up every time I saw them. After all, we're all classmates in the same school. It's impossible for me not to think of a way to sort out my classmates' bad luck. The bad luck and the bad luck are mysterious. In fact, as long as there's a way to vent it, it can be resolved. At least in my opinion, if I beat them up and they were unlucky, injured, and physically and mentally, part of the bad luck would be eliminated. The more I beat them up, the more the bad luck would dissipate. After that, I found that after Gu Yuanhang and the others were bleeding, the bad luck would be reduced by a lot. It was even better than I expected." Ha ha ha. Zhou Xiaoduo looked like he was doing a good deed without leaving his name. He spoke frankly with assurance and righteousness. Only a small part of it was true. Most of it was nonsense. Qin Fangyang's eyebrows twitched. He was a little speechless. "So, if we didn't interfere, you plan to let them be beaten up and bleed?" Zhou Xiaoduo replied innocently, "Teacher, I'm helping them. The effect is quite obvious." Qin Fangyang was now a little glad for the students of Class 1. Fortunately, he found out early and the incident broke out in time. Otherwise, these poor students would have been beaten up by Zhou Xiaoduo for a long time. He thought that Hu Ruoyun could completely suppress Zhou Xiaoduo. Now, it seemed that with this clue, Hu Ruoyun could only sigh. At most, she could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. "Teacher Qin, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to class. If there's nothing else, remember to tell everyone not to run around. Stay in the classroom and practice." Qin Fangyang was still a little absent-minded. He paused for a while before saying, "There's still no news from the principal. He probably hasn't reached an agreement with the higher-ups. When he comes, I'll tell you what to do next." "Understood." Zhou Xiaoduo left. At this moment, all the students of Class 1 had been detained. Without exception, all 50 of them were sitting in the classroom, waiting for their punishment. As far as they were concerned, they weren't even allowed to meditate. They could only sit there idly. Other than them, there were only a few guards in the classroom. All communication tools had been confiscated at the first moment. In other words, these people had completely lost contact with the outside world. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked past the door and looked in through the open door. He saw that everyone in Class 1 was at a loss. No matter how talented they were still teenagers. It was natural for them to panic when faced with such a big incident. This time, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not block the door. Instead, he ran back to Class 9 with his tail between his legs. When he entered the classroom, he found that Class 9 was even more lively than a temple fair. Everyone was enthusiastically discussing the incident. Brother Zhuo is back. Li Chenglong yelled. The whole class shouted together, Brother Zhuo is so mighty. He single-handedly took down the entire class and the head teacher. He even brought along the vice principal. That's so domineering. Ugh. Zhuo Xiaoduo was sweating. Brothers, please don't say that. Your brother Zhuo is only good at reading faces. I can't handle such a big incident. Don't get me into trouble. If you shout a few more times, I'll probably have to go in. Ha ha ha. A group of people surrounded Zhuo Xiaoduo and escorted him back to his seat. Tell us, what did Teacher Qin say to you? No problem. Before we parted, Teacher Qin asked me to pass on a message to you. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was unprecedentedly serious. Everyone quieted down. This is outrageous. Zhuo Xiaoduo yelled angrily, as if he was trying to imitate Qin Fangyang's voice and tone. Surprisingly, it was somewhat lifelike. Everyone closed their eyes, almost thinking that Qin Fangyang was standing in front of them and speaking. You students are the worst class I've ever taught. The whole class was beaten up collectively. It's a disgrace. Look at all of you. Which one of you isn't bruised and swollen? Which one of you isn't full of obscenities? Now, you're all rotten. You've all been beaten to a pulp. I advise you to take out your hearts, lungs, and intestines and put them under the sun. Clean them up. Think about it. 50 students in Class 1 were beaten up by Brother Zhuo. How many hours has it been? Have you forgotten? That old, crooked locust tree that was kicked by Brother Zhuo is still standing at the back of the classroom, staring at you all day and night. I've thought about it for a long time, and I've come up with 4 words for you all. Zhuo Xiaoduo said painfully, well done. Start practicing. Wow. Brother Zhuo, these aren't just 4 words. Is this important? Is this the point? Hee hee. Brother Zhuo is wise and mighty. So, everyone started practicing. However, the moment they started cultivating, every single student in the class felt that something was wrong. Why? Why is it so hot? Especially Long Yusheng and Wan Lixiu, who were closest to Zhuo Xiaoduo. They felt as if they were sitting in a furnace practicing. They were sweating profusely as soon as they started practicing. What's going on? What's going on? Zhuo Xiaoduo, the initiator, was also feeling quite uncomfortable. Unlike the others, he didn't feel hot, but dry. When he started practicing the Flaming Sun Sutra, there was a corresponding abnormality in his lower body. It was valiant and full of vigor. Zhuo Xiaoduo calmly moved his thighs and pinned that guy down, suppressing him. I'm really too hardworking. I'm really ready for battle. Although Long Yusheng and the others were sweating profusely, none of them were willing to leave. There was no other reason. The spiritual energy in the classroom was too dense. As Zhuo Xiaoduo started practicing, he was supposed to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body. Instead, his body was releasing a large amount of spiritual energy like a fountain. Although it wasn't invisible to the naked eye, it filled the entire classroom in an instant. This was the result of Zhuo Xiaoduo drinking far too much energy fluid in Meng Qinyu's recovery pod. It had all been converted into his own reserves. Now, with the activation of the Flaming Sun scripture, all of his reserves were forced out. After a while, the entire classroom was filled with white fog. The spiritual energy was so dense that it was visible to the naked eye. And it was all of the highest quality spiritual energy. Long Yusheng and the others didn't care about the heat. They all closed their eyes and focused on absorbing the spiritual energy. Of course, not everyone was like this. There were two people in a special situation. Snore snore. Li Changming was originally sleeping as usual, but he was suddenly woken up by the heat. He opened his eyes in a daze. Damn, could it be that I'm in a fairyland? He hurriedly practiced his family's dream sutra to its limit and focused on cultivating. The other one who was more special was the little fatty, Li Chenglong. He only felt that the special heat energy that filled the classroom had entered his meridians in a manner similar to being enlightened. For a moment, he felt as if his head was going to explode, and the meridians all over his body were swelling with pain. He forcefully endured and continued to absorb the spiritual energy. After a period of time, he actually felt that the originally obscure spiritual energy in his body gradually became lively. It surged mightily and endlessly, launching a frenzied attack against the martial warrior's barrier. This class could be said to be the most efficient class in the history of the 9th class. Zhuo Xiaoduo alone satisfied everyone's cultivation needs. Moreover, it made everyone feel as if they were about to explode. This chapter was too long. There wasn't much important content, so the word count was too long. Isn't it realistic? How about I ask for a recommendation vote? Chapter 80. Finally. The dense white spiritual fog gradually dissipated. I've broken through. Long Yusheng was indescribably surprised. He was so excited that he almost jumped up. I've also broken through. Wan Lixiu's eyes widened in surprise. I've really broken through to the level of a martial master. It's really miraculous. I've also broken through. Yu Moyan was a man of few words. He had always been a man of few words. However, his flushed face expressed the excitement in his heart. Woo! Hoo hoo! Woo woo! Li Zhangming woke up from his sleep again. He groggily confirmed his current state. I've also broken through. Hoo hoo! Woo woo! Apart from the 4 people mentioned above, no one else in the 9th class had broken through. However, the strength of the entire class had increased by a large margin. There was no exception. At this time, a scream came from the back of the classroom. It sounded like a wild boar that had been stabbed in the butt with a knife. Oh my God! I've actually broken through. Li Chenglong jumped up and down as if he had gone crazy. He shook his butt a dozen times in the air before he landed. He was laughing and crying at the same time. Tears gushed out of his eyes. What the fuck? I've broken through. Motherfucker. I've broken through. Woo woo woo. As he shouted, he suddenly burst into tears. They said that I can only be a teacher and tell history. Now, I've broken through, I've broken through. Woo woo woo. The others who had not broken through and were originally ranked higher than Li Chenglong were happy for him. However, they felt as if they had been ruthlessly smashed in the head with a stick. Even Li Chenglong had broken through. But why didn't we break through? This sense of loss was indescribable. When Zhuo Xiaoduo finished cultivating and saw this scene, he understood the situation. His heart ached so much that he almost fainted. Even though he didn't faint, his mouth was crooked and his entire body was twitching. This old man's young maiden's heart is cracking. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart ached so much that he couldn't speak. This damned flaming sun scripture actually evaporated all the spiritual energy within his body and gave it to an outsider. What he didn't know was that the spirit chi that the flaming sun scripture had evaporated this time was only a small portion. When he cultivated in the future, it would continue to evaporate. As for the spiritual chi that was originally left in his meridians, it was absolutely impossible for him to truly use it for himself. Instead, because of the sedimentation, it would affect his future cultivation progress. Even if it was bejeweled nectar, after a long time, it would still precipitate. Zhou Xiaoduo was only a martial master at the moment, but the energy liquid he consumed was completely refined from the high-grade astral soul's stone. It was not something he could perfectly refine and absorb at the moment. What he did today was to help others and himself, bringing out the best in each other. At this moment, other than Zhou Xiaoduo, the entire class was celebrating. 5 of them had broken through to martial master, and the others had also made great progress. This was definitely a good thing. Qin Fangyang heard the commotion and hurried over. When he entered the classroom, he was shocked. All 35 students of the 9th class gathered around him, their faces filled with excitement. Teacher Qin, I have broken through to martial master. I have also broken through. Me too. Me too. Me too. And me. Teacher Qin, look over here. I have also broken through. I have broken through to martial master. Li Chenglong didn't manage to get a closer seat, so he simply jumped around and shouted. Broken. Broken through. All of them have broken through. Even with Qin Fangyang's composure, he couldn't help but hold his breath for a moment as his eyes widened. According to his estimation, in the 9th class, even Long Yusheng and Wan Lixiu, who had the highest cultivation and the best talent, would need at least 2 months to break through to martial master. As for Yu Moyan and Li Changming, they would need at least 3 months to break through. However, he didn't expect that in just one morning, they would all break through together. This wasn't just inconceivable, it was simply unheard of and inconceivable. At this moment, Qin Fangyang began to doubt himself. Could it be that the effect of cultivation is only better when I am not around? Or is it because my teaching is too poor? However, what puzzled him the most was Li Chenglong. Long Yusheng, Wan Lixiu, and the others had broken through, or perhaps it was because of an epiphany that their cultivation had improved greatly. Then, the first person to break through had caused a chain reaction, causing the top few in the 9th class to break through successfully. This might be rare, but it was still reasonable. However, Li Chenglong had also broken through. This was too strange. The movement of the qi when breaking through couldn't have skipped over the students ranked before Li Chenglong and landed directly on Li Chenglong's head. His breakthrough was truly incomprehensible. What's going on? What happened? Qin Fangyang was extremely puzzled and instinctively asked this question. All of a sudden, the entire class was silent, and their excited hearts slowly calmed down. However, no one answered Qin Fangyang's question. Indeed, everyone knew what was going on, except for Zhou Xiaoduo. However, Zhou Xiaoduo was so heartbroken that his whole body was twitching. How could he say it? For an extremely stingy person like Zhou Xiaoduo, this was equivalent to spending tens of millions of yuan. Master Zhuo was so depressed that he wanted to close himself off. He was really angry in his heart, and evil thoughts grew in his heart. Forget about the others, how much did these few people who broke through take from me? They are simply too greedy. No way. I have to think of a way to make them compensate Master Zhuo. Master Zhuo couldn't suffer this loss for nothing. Consolidate the foundation. Qin Fangyang touched his chin and said, "The 6 of you can't stay in the classroom any longer. You have to go out and practice immediately to improve your breakthrough. The next few days will be very chaotic, and you can use these few days to calm yourself down. After this incident, I will send you to the Tower of Astral Souls to begin the second test." Yes. A white shadow flitted across the sky at high speed, and entered the office building of number 2 high school in an almost intangible state, and went straight to the top floor. As soon as the person landed, a shadow flashed and said, "Is it spiritual thoughts?" The white shadow revealed herself. She was tall and slim, and exquisite. It was Zhuo Xiaoyan. As usual, she wore a veil that covered her entire face. "Yes, it's me. Is Grandma He here?" "Yes, she is waiting for you." Zhuo Xiaoyan entered the office, and the door behind her closed quietly. She smiled and ran a few steps forward. "Grandma He, I'm here to see you." The old woman was sitting in a wheelchair in the office. When she saw Zhuo Xiaoyan, she smiled happily. "Oh, my little Nianer is here. How come you have time to see Grandma He today? I miss you." Zhuo Xiaoyan walked behind the wheelchair obediently and pushed the old woman to the wide floor-to-ceiling window. She said softly, "My master is worried about you, so he asked me to come and see you, and bring you the dragon soul liquid." She took out a small bottle as she spoke. The old woman smiled faintly and said, "I know my own body well. Even if I have the dragon soul liquid, it will be useless." She raised her withered hand and took Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand. She gently touched Zhuo Xiaoyan's delicate face and smiled. "Good, good." Zhuo Xiaoyan squatted down and looked up. She asked, "Grandma He, the story you told me last time, it seems that you didn't finish it. Can you finish it? Some stories don't need an ending." The old woman looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan kindly. "Especially our little Nianer, she doesn't need an ending." Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't quite understand. After a while, she said, "Grandma He, my master wants me to ask you something. She wants to see if you know something." The old woman smiled faintly. "Your master has reached the peak of nascent soul, half-step to cloud transformation. What doesn't she know? Why does she want to ask me, an old woman?" Zhuo Xiaoyan stuck out her tongue and said, "She is an outsider in Phoenix City." "Okay, go ahead." "My master suspects that there is a big secret in Phoenix City. She wants to ask you if you know the whole story." "The big secret of Phoenix City?" The old woman's cloudy eyes suddenly became sharp. At this moment, there was a looming momentum. "Why do you suddenly ask this?" Zhuo Xiaoyan pushed the wheelchair slowly along the floor-to-ceiling window. She said softly, "Because in the past few days, too many things have happened in Phoenix City." "What things?" "Some time ago, I found traces of the disciples of the Tantalizing Wolf sect and intercepted a Tantalizing Wolf's heart." When Zhuo Xiaoyan finished her first sentence, the old woman's face became unprecedentedly serious. Tantalizing Wolf? A few days ago, there was an assassination outside the city. It was even more shocking. There were many casualties. My master went to check it out for 2 consecutive nights. She was sure that the assassins were from the 7 Kills sect. 7 Kills sect. The old woman's face became even uglier. "Yesterday, Mr. Qin Fangyang from your school suspected that Pejuan's forces had infiltrated the school. So, he and Principal Li Changjiang took 5 students to check it out. They were intercepted on the way. Although Mr. Qin and Principal Li were on guard, the strength of the enemy was beyond their expectations. In the end, a master at the peak of nascent soul appeared. This person's strength was not inferior to my master's. Both Mr. Qin and Principal Li were seriously injured." The old woman's back suddenly straightened. Her eyes suddenly became sharp. Qin Fangyang was attacked. Seriously injured? Are he and Headmaster Li seriously injured? They are fine. Although the injuries are not light, they are not fatal. They just need to rest for a while. It is a blessing in disguise. Zhuo Xiaoyan did not feel anything unusual. She said, "Today, the city guards, the inspection office, the governor's office, the martial arts bureau, and the Star Shield have sealed off Second High School. They are investigating the hidden dangers that may be related to the school. Zhuo Xiaonian explained everything in detail and waited for Grandma He's response. Unexpectedly, Grandma He was absent-minded at this moment. It seemed that she did not listen to her at all. She could not help but ask in surprise, Grandma He. Grandma He. The old woman quickly came to her senses. She forced a smile and said, What? What did you want to ask? Zhuo Xiaonian had to repeat her words. She said, Now the general situation is like this. The situation is very bad. I have a feeling that the tantalizing wolf sect, the Seven Kills sect, and the Pejuan sect have suddenly gathered in Phoenix City. Their plan is not simple. Let's not talk about other things. With the three sects together, the Pejuan sect has already formed. I will accompany my wife to my mother-in-law's house. If there are any mistakes, please point them out. I will come back and correct them. Am I being serious? So, please recommend me. Chapter 81. Zhuo Xiaonian furrowed her brows. In history, as long as there is a kill-break-wolf situation, it is always an earth-shattering event. Phoenix City is just a small, remote city. If there is no major reason, how could it attract a kill-break-wolf gathering? Furthermore, in the legends, the kill-break-wolf situation will have its own Big Dipper luck. Even if the people who came this time are only the lower-level figures of the three sects, their combined strength is still not to be underestimated. Zhuo Xiaonian spoke eloquently. In this period of time, little Nian has read all the historical records of Phoenix City from ancient times to the present. She even visited the surrounding areas, but did not find anything out of the ordinary. I really don't understand, how did Phoenix City attract such a monstrous disaster? The old woman furrowed her brows and lowered her head, deep in thought. After she lowered her head, her white hair appeared even more withered, without any luster. It was like a weed that had completely exhausted its life force. I originally thought that in my lifetime, these things would not happen. Who would have thought that they would still come? After a long time, the old woman said indifferently, I'm afraid this is what you wanted to investigate, right? Your master should not know, at least not all of it. Zhuo Xiaonian smiled embarrassedly. The old woman also smiled, but then her face became serious. She furrowed her brows and muttered, Kill break wolf. Kill break wolf. Kill break wolf. She muttered a few times, and the expression in her eyes became more and more worried. Looking at Zhuo Xiaonian, her gaze became more and more pitiful and heavy. After a long time, she said in a low voice, Nian, since you have read so many records, then you should have heard of a legend. That is, the reason why our Phoenix City is called Phoenix City is because a phoenix had once descended. Whether this legend is true or false, it has long been impossible to verify, but in Phoenix City, there really is a phoenix aura. The old woman's eyes were misty, and she said softly, Ever since my astral souls was destroyed, I relied on the aura viewing technique. I have studied this path for many years. Nian, do you know what mountain is north of Phoenix City? What does the top of the mountain look like? North of Phoenix City is Spirit Deer Mountain. At the top of the mountain is a very famous site in our Phoenix City, Deer Turning Head. The Zhuo Xiaonian had obviously put in a lot of effort, as she was very familiar with the story. Legend has it that a celestial deer was seriously injured, but was saved by someone. After it recovered, it stayed there for a long time and was reluctant to leave. It stood on the top of the mountain and looked back several times, leaving behind the celestial flower that formed the shape of the mountain. The mountain where the accident took place was called Spirit Deer Mountain. What's wrong? The old man smiled and said in a deep voice, that has been a legend for over 10,000 years. As for the scenery at the top of the mountain, rather than saying that it was a deer turning its head, it would be better to say that it was a phoenix turning its head. Phoenix turning back. Not bad. It was a bird's eye view of Phoenix City. Standing on top of Phoenix Head turning, one could see the entire Phoenix City. Not one bit more, not one bit less. Because the terrain of Phoenix City is actually a peculiar arc, a strange arc. Phoenix City is tall in the middle and slightly lower in the front and back. In the north, it extends all the way to Spirit Deer Mountain before it gradually rises again. It's like... The old man's eyes flashed. A phoenix's neck raised high. And in the middle of Phoenix City, it's slightly higher, like a chicken squatting here. The old man smiled. The Zhuxiaonian suddenly understood. A phoenix on the ground is not as good as a chicken. Or it could be a phoenix squatting here. The mountain ranges on the left and right of Phoenix City are very steep mountains. Do you still remember their names? How can I not remember? The mountain range on the left is called Phoenix Ridge, and the mountain range on the right is called Carefree Peak. It's also called Carefree Slope. If the first impression is the strongest, combined with the initial appearance of a phoenix on the ground, and the three connected, doesn't it look like a phoenix squatting on the ground and spreading its wings to fly? The Zhuxiaonian thought about it in her heart and did not speak for a long time. The old man smiled. My theory is mostly based on the aura observation technique, but as long as you look carefully, it's not difficult to see. Although meteor showers have been crashing down over the years and the original appearance of the mountain range has changed a lot, you can still see it if you pay attention. In the south of Phoenix City, there's a small mountain that's not very steep. It's only about 70 meters high. It's very low. Do you have any impression of that mountain? Of course I do. That mountain is called Phoenix Tail Mountain, right? It's Phoenix Tail Mountain. The old man was silent for a long time and said, the ancient legend of this mountain is unverifiable. However, there was a sentence related to it that I remembered very clearly. That is an ancient monument that appeared 40,000 years ago. Not many people know about this monument, but I believe that many people still remember the poem recorded on it. The Zhuxiaonian smiled like a blooming spring flower. Grandma I know that poem, but can it still be called a poem? There's no rhythm or rhyme. The old man did not smile, but only said slowly, the phoenix in the dragon's yin dies, the phoenix in the dragon's yang soars, before the sun and the moon, the city is covered in blood. 43,000 years, gathering power to the purple court, once it's banished, the world becomes empty. The old man said slowly, do you know why I'm working so hard to research this poem? The reason is actually very simple. From 40 years ago, 43,000 years have passed. In other words, the current Phoenix City has already coincided with the date recorded on the stone tablet. In other words, 43,000 years have already passed since the time when the stone tablet was buried. Ah, there's such a thing. The Zhuxiaonian was very surprised. The old man faintly said, originally, I had also obtained it by chance, so I didn't pay much attention to it at first. But I discovered something else, which made me inexplicably shocked. About 40 years ago, the female martial artists in Phoenix City were much more talented than in the past. There were also more and more talented martial artists, such as the 8-9-star spirit body, and even the 939-star spirit body, there were many. What's even more frightening is that none of these female prodigies were able to grow up. Ever since they were tested for their talents, they would all die prematurely. And they all died an unnatural death, without exception. Hu Ruoyun was like this, astral souls were everywhere. But when she was a martial warrior, her dantian was suddenly destroyed. In the recent 10 years, there were 3 more geniuses who were detected with astral souls since young. I used all my means at the first moment and hid all their information. These 3 girls, one is you, Zhuxiaonian, one is your junior sister, Meng Qinyu, and the last one is Ning Xiaoyu. The name Ning Qingcheng was actually changed by my suggestion to her father. Therefore, other than people who know her background, no one knows that she has the name Ning Xiaoyu. Meng Qinyu and Ning Qingcheng's family background is very strong. Although it gave them excellent cultivation resources and living conditions, they were exposed to the world too early. Almost everyone knew about them from the moment they were born. So, the concealment of their information wasn't very successful. Only your family background was the most ordinary, especially when I was the one who personally monitored you. After the results were out, I sealed all the relevant information and erased all traces. Although there will still be people who know, compared to the other two, it is much more secretive. The old man said indifferently, then, I used all my power and my old face to make a scene. Only then did I invite the experts of Kunlun Dao sect and Zizai Dao sect to take you, Meng Qinyu, and Ning Qingcheng as disciples respectively. Since then, only a few people in the cultivation world know about you. As for the ordinary people in Phoenix City, other than your parents, no one else knows. Now, do you know why I'm doing this? Because I suspect. Phoenix City has been gathering for 43,000 years. It is very likely that there will be a Phoenix vein soul rush. And this kind of thing, the most obvious sign is the continuous emergence of female cultivation geniuses. This is the effect of the Phoenix vein. Now, what makes me suspicious is that there are very few male cultivation geniuses in Phoenix City. This should not have happened. The old man frowned and said, no matter if it is based on the prophecies or logic, wherever there is a Phoenix vein, there will be a true dragon's protection. The dragon and Phoenix cry together, that is the sign of prosperity. If there is only a Phoenix vein, the yang will not grow, and the yin will not be born. Even if one is lucky enough to be born in this world, it is inevitable that they will fall. This is something that I cannot understand. Zhuo Xiaonian's lips moved. She wanted to say something, but she coughed softly and swallowed her words. Your astral souls are 9 astral souls. They are only one step away from perfection. Meng Qinyu is 9 astral souls. Although she is a bit behind you, she has the 2 words 9 and 5. As for Ning Qingcheng, she is 9 astral souls. She is strong, but she is not absolute. Her fate is not as good as the 2 of you. Before sending it out, I checked it one last time and deleted some unnecessary things. I added some unexpected things. Sorry for the delay of half an hour. In order to express my apologies, please give me a few recommendation tickets. Chapter 82. The old man said softly, Sha Palang gathered the power to kill and break the power. If the 3 sects are planning something in Phoenix City, then it must be the power of the Phoenix vein. The Umno Alliance has been alone in the universe for a long time, and the power of the Phoenix vein has been exhausted. They will definitely not let it go. The old man's expression became extremely serious. If what you said is true, then Sha Palang's ultimate goal is the power of the Phoenix vein. Zhuo Xiaonian muttered to herself, the power of the Phoenix vein. If we are sure that they are here for the power of the Phoenix vein, then how can we defeat them? Or rather, how can we make their plan fail? Zhuo Xiaonian asked in a low voice. It is formed by gathering the power. It cannot be broken. The old man shook his head gently. Cannot be broken. Zhuo Xiaonian was shocked. Yes, it cannot be broken. The old man emphasized again. He turned his head and looked at Zhuo Xiaonian lovingly. The only thing we can do now is to deal with the situation as it arises. If we want to break it, we have to destroy the Phoenix vein on our own to break the power of the Phoenix vein. The Phoenix vein has gathered the power of the Phoenix vein for 43,000 years. Are you willing to destroy it? Hearing this, Zhuo Xiaonian was stunned. Zhuo Xiaonian wanted to say that the power of the Phoenix vein was the enemy's ultimate goal. It was the source of all the disasters. As long as it was destroyed, everything would end. Especially since it would not bring any benefits to the Umno Alliance. How could it be said that the advantages outweighed the disadvantages? It could even be said that it would solve the problem once and for all. But the power of the Phoenix vein had been gathered in Phoenix City for tens of thousands of years. It affected millions of people in Phoenix City, and it could even affect millions of people's descendants. Could it be destroyed? Thinking about it, it was also impossible. Even if the government confirmed this matter, the conclusion would only be to ensure the safety of the phoenix vein, regardless of the cost. Especially this time, the phoenix vein soul cleansing. As long as it succeeds, there's a great chance that a super expert will be born. In the future, there's even a chance that he'll be able to fight against the ancient gods of the Umno Alliance. Who would be willing to destroy this hope? The old man was also very helpless and said softly, therefore, it is absolutely impossible to destroy the power of the phoenix vein. Not only are we unwilling to do so, even Sha Polang from the Umno Alliance will not allow the phoenix vein to be destroyed. Zhou Xiaonian said anxiously, Grandma He, since you have thought it through so thoroughly, what do you think we should do? How can we prevent the power of the phoenix vein from falling into the hands of the Umno Alliance and ensure that we can benefit from it? The old man let out a long sigh and said, aura gazing art. Even in my generation, there aren't many who know it. It's extremely difficult to master this art, and even if you can master it, it's useless in improving your martial arts. In fact, the main reason I studied this art was because my dantian was destroyed, and I wanted to use it to kill time. Just say it. I've already mentioned it many times. But the higher-ups here didn't care about what I said at all. They thought it was nonsense. I still remember the 2 female geniuses who died 16 years ago. I thought there was a reason behind it, so I reported that I had the power of the phoenix vein. But the governor's mansion in Phoenix City didn't believe me at all. They just brushed me off. I still thought it was a serious matter, and I didn't want to give up. So, I submitted it to the prefectural court. But, it was still useless. In the end, I personally went to the Prince of the Central Plains mansion. But, they still turned a deaf ear to me. And, as I reported it again and again, more and more people said that I was exaggerating things to scare people. Now that things have come to this, it's hard to get help from the higher-ups. I've tried too many times, but I've failed too many times. The only thing I've done is to protect the 3 of you. Grandma He sighed helplessly, looking at it now, I'm afraid that I might not even be able to protect the 3 of you. You are the only 3 people who have the power of the phoenix vein. The Umno Alliance will not let you go. Once you're exposed, they will definitely point their spear at you. Zhou Xiaonian was stunned. How could she not understand what Grandma He meant? Grandma He had been working hard to run the school for so many years. She had students all over the world. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was highly respected. However, if even such a person's words were useless, then it would be even more impossible to rely on oneself. The old woman lowered her head and thought for a while. Then she said in a low voice, since the killing wolves have been gathered, it means the time for the Phoenix Pulse Spirit is not far away. It should be in the next few months. Right now, there are only 3 people who are qualified to take the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. It's either you, Ning Qing Cheng, or Meng Qinyu. It must be one of the 3 of you. I think, the enemy must have confirmed the target before they take action. According to my research, only when the Phoenix Pulse Spirit is activated can the target be killed. Only then can the Phoenix Pulse Spirit be absorbed and turned into one's own power. And this target. Based on the current situation. If all of this is true, the possibility of the target being you is more than 80%. Because you are the most suitable one. I am the most suitable one. Zhou Xiaonian did not know what to think. She only felt that her heart was in a mess. In a trance, she recalled the fortune that Zhou Xiaoduo had read for her and that ominous comment. 2.5 months later, the star weapon gold crystal. Yes, you are the most suitable one. You have the highest cultivation and the strongest talent among the 3 of you. You are also the one who is about to break through. The old woman said softly, breaking through has always been a great opportunity for cultivators. This opportunity is yours, it is the phoenix vein, and it is also the killing wolves. So, if the killing wolf formation is formed, the target will most likely be you. The old woman let out a long sigh. Nyener. You must be careful. Zhou Xiaonian finally connected the dots and connected the dots. She could not help but murmur, So this is the truth of my death. Grandma he did not hear Zhou Xiaonian's murmur clearly. She asked in confusion, What? Nothing. Zhou Xiaonian sighed softly. What is my son doing now? Is he still trying his best? He wants to save me, his sister. However, he did not know that in the face of absolute power, even if he knew in advance and was prepared beforehand, he still could not do anything. Then, Grandma he said softly, Little Nian, when you break through, you must be sure that nothing goes wrong before you try. This is not going to be easy for you. What if I break through in advance? Zhou Xiaonian murmured. Sigh. It is fate and misfortune at the same time. It is impossible to break through in advance. Grandma he sighed and said, Since the person with the phoenix bloodline is blessed by the phoenix bloodline, he or she will have to bear the great danger of the phoenix bloodline. Even though the spiritual qi in the world is abundant and the souls of the stars are boiling, he or she will not be able to do it earlier. Unless, he or she has a fate that is even stronger than the one who has been accumulating for 43,000 years. You can increase your cultivation as much as you want. You can also take all kinds of elixirs that are beneficial to you. However, it is impossible for you to break through in advance. Doesn't that mean I can only wait for death? When I break through, I will not be able to resist the interference from the outside world. Zhou Xiaonian murmured. The fate of the phoenix is to seek life from death and rise from the ashes. Only when you are reborn from the ashes can you get the true meaning of the phoenix. Without going through the fire, how can the phoenix make all the other birds submit to it? This is the fate. The fate of fate. The fate of fate. The fate of fate. Then what should we do? Death is right in front of us. There is no way to avoid it. Isn't death inevitable? Child. The old woman's eyes were filled with longing. It was as if there were white clouds floating in her eyes. In an instant, hundreds of years had passed. Go. Go. You are the phoenix. The phoenix can dance in the sky. If you can't, that is your fate. Grandma He's expression and tone of voice kept replaying in Zhou Xiaonian's mind until she reached home. As she thought about it, Zhou Xiaonian suddenly flew up into the sky. She was like a white line that went straight up to the sky. She flew up to 10,000 feet in an instant. However, she still felt that it was not enough. She took a deep breath and flew even higher. After a while, she stood at the highest point that she could reach. She looked down at the Phoenix City. North, south, east, west, and central. Looking at the terrain of the Phoenix City, it really looked like a phoenix that wanted to spread its wings and soar. The wings on both sides were already spread open. However, her body was still lying on the ground. She could not fly. Although she was trying her best to flap her wings, there seemed to be an endless force on her back. She could not fly. She stared blankly. Grandma He's last few words floated in his ears again. The killing and breaking wolf formation is indeed a ferocious formation. However, the killing and breaking wolf formation has already appeared. Even if we don't know who the killing and breaking wolf formation belongs to, it will give you more time to prepare. You came to me today to investigate this matter. This is already a great help from the heavens. However, the killing and breaking wolf formation alone may not be enough to break this 40,000-year formation of providence. I'm afraid that the left assistant and the right assistant may also have a hidden force. It won't be strange if another mysterious underworld being shows up to suppress the formation of providence. Don't just focus on the killing and breaking wolf formation. What you need to face and be careful of is the entire Big Dipper 9 and Big Dipper 6. If any Star Lord had intervened, the situation you would have been faced with would have been 10 times more dangerous. Little Nian, you're in the most perilous situation this time. The more Zhou Xiaonian thought about it, the more hopeless she felt. At this moment, she was eager to seize Xiao Duo. Even if all the masters in the world gathered together to protect her, she still felt that it would be safer to be with Xiao Duo. Damn it, what should I do? It's a cloudy day. I'm afraid it's going to rain. So, please recommend me. Also, I recommend Wandering Toad's new book, Banished Immortal Marshal. It's very good. Students, recommend me, let's get high. Chapter 83. Thinking of this, Zhuo Xiaonian was eager to go home. She immediately turned around and went home. At this time, a figure slowly appeared in the clouds behind Zhuo Xiaonian. Looking at Zhuo Xiaonian's back, he murmured, "What is this girl doing in the sky? Is she just looking at the scenery? Why does he look so serious?" On the other side. After Zhuo Xiaonian left. With Zhuo Xiaonian's speed and her desire to go home, she arrived home in the blink of an eye. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still at school. The house was quiet. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were not at home. Looking at all the decorations and furniture in the house, it was a kind of complete peace of mind. Zhuo Xiaonian looked at the house in a daze. She could not bear to leave. If I can't pass this test, this house will no longer belong to me. I can't accept it. I can't bear to leave. Zhuo Xiaonian quietly entered Zhuo Xiaoduo's room. She smelled a familiar scent. She felt her heart, which had been floating in the air, slowly calm down. She walked into the room slowly and sat on Zhuo Xiaoduo's bed. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and murmured, "Dog, you have to protect your sister." When she was talking to Grandma He, Zhuo Xiaonian had a very clear feeling. The power of the phoenix vein this time was a tribulation in her life. She would definitely die. She could not advance or postpone it. She had to wait until a certain time to break through. When she broke through, she could not interfere with anything in the outside world. Instead, if she was disturbed, she would go mad and die. Everything could only be entrusted to the protector. The opponent was the Umno Alliance, the Wolf Sect, and the Wolf Sect, who had been plotting for a long time. There might even be other Umno Alliance forces involved. The other party had been waiting for this moment for so many years. And on their side, the higher-ups didn't attach any importance to it. No, they simply ignored it. It was as if they didn't see it, and turned a deaf ear. After thinking about it, Zhuo Xiaonian really didn't feel that she had any chance of survival. Thinking back to the incident at No. 2 high school and what Grandma He had said, Zhuo Xiaonian felt a chill run down his spine. Did the higher-ups not believe him at all? Or perhaps something else? Zhuo Xiaonian was sitting in Zhuo Xiaoduo's room in a daze. However, it seemed that only this little brother who had always been slippery, stingy, and eccentric could give him a sense of security. Because he was the first to see that a calamity was about to befall him. Furthermore, he had been working hard for his own calamity. Every day, he would tire himself to death, all because of that one reason. Zhuo Xiaonian sat on Zhuo Xiaoduo's chair and sighed faintly. On the table, there was a large dictionary, Star Souls Chronicles. It looked brand new and was as thick as 2 fists. It had a hard cover and looked very impressive. It was a very high-class model. Zhuo Xiaonian finally broke into a smile. Doggy's secret stash. Sigh, this doggy was always careful and tiptoeing around to secretly hide his money. But every time, he was actually under her watch. She had already counted his money 7 or 8 times when he secretly came in to check if it was missing. She flipped it open. Sigh, this doggy's secret stash. If she died, she wouldn't be able to check if he spent his secret stash on other girls. She flipped it open and saw that the dictionary was indeed hollowed out. But where was his secret stash? Oh, that day, he had moved it under the bed, inside the leather boots. She quietly scanned it with her divine sense and was a little surprised. One of the leather boots was filled with money, but why was there a small book hidden in the other? I don't remember there being one before. Sui Xiaoyan curiously took out the small book and flipped it open. She found that a few pages had already been torn out. On the top page, it was written, "There are still 66 days until Nian Nian cat breaks through." The handwriting was very heavy. It seemed to be written with gritted teeth. Then, were the pages that were torn out 67 days? 68 days? This was a countdown log? She casually flipped through it and found that the other side of the small book was filled with dense and messy handwriting. The handwriting was abnormally messy and there were many strands of words. Her complexion hasn't improved. It's still very dangerous. How can it improve? Meng Qinyu is arrogant and domineering. She is also very unlucky, but her life isn't in danger. Why? Teacher Mu's death aura is also very heavy and very dangerous. Wearing the greedy wolf's heart feels very strange. That girl's clone is dead. Elder sister said that she belongs to Greedy Wolf. What is Greedy Wolf? She turned a page. Oh, people from the Alliance. Then, with the addition of the two sects, the Seven Kills sect. Wouldn't the Seven Kills Greedy Wolf and the Army Destroyer sect be Kill Break Wolf? The Kill Break Wolf 3 kills are all gathered together. It's really too dangerous. Nian Nian cat is about to break through. With the strength of her sect, normal disturbances won't affect anything. At most, she won't succeed in breaking through. How could she be in danger of losing her life? Could it be that the Alliance is secretly playing tricks? If it's really the Alliance, what will they do? Today, when I entered the first class, the greedy wolf's heart actually reacted. This is too abnormal. Could the reaction in the school be the infiltration of the greedy wolf's forces? But judging from the information at hand, it shouldn't be the greedy wolf. The Seven Kills sect's hidden forces are wantonly killing people outside the city. Then, the one causing trouble in the school is probably Army Destroyer sect? In just a few days, the things that happened consecutively had already proved too much about Zhuo Xiaoduo. However, it also showed how much preparations Zhuo Xiaoduo had done for this matter and how much information he had read. Too weak, too weak, too weak. His handwriting was extremely messy. From between the lines, it could be seen that Zhuo Xiaoduo was so anxious and desperate that he was about to go crazy when he wrote. Too weak. He wasn't talking about others, he was obviously talking about himself. Seeing that those messy words were too weak, Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes turned red. Her nose was sour, and she almost cried. Xiaoduo, puppy. Because of me, he's almost driven himself crazy, but in front of me, he's still so heartless. Is he afraid of increasing the psychological pressure on me? It's too early to reveal what happened in the school. There will definitely be other dangers coming one after another. But I can't care about it now. There's no way to hide my background more securely. If the hidden danger is detonated early and everyone is on high alert, the crisis can be shared and there will be more opportunities in the future. Now, I don't have anyone I can trust. Uncle Nan left without waiting for me to tell him. That night, he was enlightening me all the time. Why did I fall asleep? I had already thought of an excuse. It's not easy to meet a strong helper. Sigh. I don't care. I'll expose this big matter directly. I don't believe that the higher-ups will ignore it. Now, I can only take advantage of the chaos and see if I can find a turning point. I can't count on Nian Mao's master. She has been implicated by Nian Mao. Mr. Qin is too weak. He was actually almost killed. I thought very highly of him. How can he be so weak? How can I count on him? I wanted to ask him for help. Now, it seems that even if he is willing to help, it won't change the situation. I'm so angry. Sigh, Mr. Qin is really too weak. I just believed that he was reliable, but he turned out to be a weakling. I can't find out. The governor. He won't easily ask me to read his fortune, right? However, yesterday's interception reminded me of one thing. These students have families, so I might be able to find a way. Now, no matter what, I can't let go of anyone. Everything depends on the effort. Maybe it's possible. Zhuo Xiaoduo's notes were very messy. There was no order to it at all. However, it was obvious that Zhuo Xiaoduo was racking his brains to find a way to help Zhuo Xiaonian break out of this situation. What's more, Zhuo Xiaonian was shocked to find out that the number 2 high school's maelstrom of destruction was actually caused by Zhuo Xiaoduo after he found out about it. Moreover, it was done with a premeditated plan. The true meaning behind it was to attract the attention of the higher-ups. This little bastard. Zhuo Xiaonian almost cried out, doesn't he know how big of a risk he is taking? Such a big conspiracy was exposed in such an unreasonable way. On the surface, it seems that it has nothing to do with you, but how could it be exposed if you didn't make a fuss? Do you really think that you can hide it from everyone's eyes by accident? In this world, how can there be so many coincidences? Even if the other party acknowledges that it was an accident, won't they be angry? Once you attract attention, how many lives do you have to fill in the gap? Do they need a reason to target you? I'm so pissed off. You've just learned how to cultivate for a few days, but you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Are you trying to make me anxious to death? With the strength of an ant, you exposed this earth-shattering conspiracy. Dog. You don't want to live anymore. Zhuo Xiaonian was so angry that she stomped her feet. However, inexplicably, her heart was suddenly filled with sweetness, as if it was suddenly filled with honey. Humph. Little dog. The fear of death that had been lingering in his heart just a moment ago had disappeared in an instant. What's there to be afraid of? I have someone behind me. Although my dog is weak, he's trying everything. Take responsibility for me. Holding the notebook, Zhuo Xiaonian pouted. Her eyes were red as she snorted. Little puppy, that's what you get for messing around. I'll beat you up later. Although she said she would beat him up, her tone was gentle as if she was greeting him. Are you tired? Her eyebrows were curved, full of smiles. It will be published in the early morning tomorrow. Let me give you a heads up. There's still one more chapter in the afternoon, and I need to write a speech. I've written so many speeches, and I've even used them to act cute and cry about being poor and miserable. I need to think about how to write the speech in the afternoon. My head hurts, so please recommend me and prepare to subscribe. Chapter 84. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo was chatting with Li Chenglong. Swollen, tell me about the No alliance. Anything will do. What did you call me? Swollen. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very curious. You're beaten up every day. You're not fat, but you look like a little fatty. Isn't it because you're beaten up every day? Swollen, this name suits you so well, Ba Shi. Please call me by my full name, Li Chenglong. Thank you. Okay, Swollen. Quickly tell me. Li Chenglong's expression was very ugly. Half of it was because he was angry, and the other half was because Zhuo Xiaoduo was hugging his neck. Slow down. Li Chenglong was not pretentious and slowly explained. Zhuo Xiaoduo listened carefully and seriously digested the information that was useful to him. Can you focus on the information related to Kill Break Wolf? Didn't you say that Kill Break Wolf appeared in our Phoenix City? Yes, there's quite a lot of information related to Kill Break Wolf. Li Chenglong talked until the end of class. On the contrary, Li Changjiang, who originally wanted Zhuo Xiaoduo to go over, did not appear. In the end of the day, several teachers were taken away just by looking at the door. Even the vice principal was handcuffed as he walked past the door. The few strands of hair on his head that were always neatly combed were now even more messy, and his face was gloomy. During lunch break, all 50 students of the first class were taken into the car. However, the students were obviously treated well, and there were no detention measures. In the afternoon, the 2 chefs in the school cafeteria and the 3 teachers from the political education department were also taken away. Next, dozens of students from the martial master grade, more than 40 students from the Hotian grade, and 7 or 8 students from the Xiantian grade were taken into the car one after another. Furthermore, there were far more people who should be taken away. It should be known that martial artists who had reached the level of martial master and above all needed to go out on missions. When it was almost time for school to end, a teacher from the martial disciple class and his entire class, which consisted of more than 40 little fellows, also boarded the bus. The group of little fellows cried and wailed for quite a while. It was a rather unique scene. After this ferocious operation, the armed troops withdrew, the inspection bureau withdrew, and the city guards withdrew one after another. Only the martial arts bureau and Star Shield did not leave. They remained in second high. This scene was witnessed by all the students in the 9th class. Everyone's heart was heavy. Everyone could feel that something big had happened this time. Moreover, it was an earth-shattering thing. Almost 300 people had been taken away from second high school. There were only about 4,000 people in the entire school, and almost a tenth of them had been taken away. How big of a deal was this? For a school, it was as if the sky had collapsed. At the school entrance, the cars that the group of executives were leaving had only taken a few steps when they suddenly stopped. This was because their path had been blocked by someone. The person blocking their path was a wheelchair. In the wheelchair sat an emaciated old lady with one foot in the grave. The wheelchair was right in the middle of the school's main entrance. The old lady's pair of cold eyes looked coldly at the cars in front of her. Her white hair fluttered slightly in the wind. Qin Fangyang, who had gone back to accompany Li Changjiang to send the people out, trembled when he saw the old lady. His eyes were filled with bewilderment and uncertainty. His eyes were fixed on the old lady's body and did not move at all. He had seen her a few times during the previous meetings, but he had never thought in this direction. After all, the image of his peerlessly beautiful wife in his heart was too different from the image of the old lady in front of him. However, this time, after Zhou Xiaodua's fortune-telling, especially after the saying of withered glory. Oh my! My ancestor! When Chief Jiang of Star Shield and Chief Sun of the Martial Arts Department saw the person opposite them, they immediately exclaimed, jumped out of the car, and ran quickly. More than half of the high-ranking officials who came today hurriedly got out of their carriages and walked over respectfully. Each of them had a look of respect and admiration on their faces. This group of people made a neat movement and bowed respectfully. Then, each of them stood at the side, not even daring to breathe loudly. It was as if this old lady was the sky in their hearts, an existence that they absolutely could not afford to offend. Teacher, why did you personally? Chief Jiang jogged all the way, not daring to use the power of astral souls at all, for fear that a gust of wind would blow the old lady away. It's windy outside, oh my God. As Chief Jiang ran, he took off his cloak and carefully put it on the old lady. Then, he began to complain, if there's anything, you can just call or send someone to pass a message. Tell me. Why did you come to the school entrance, and it has to be a windy area? Sigh. Hurry up and get some people to block the wind. Hurry up. Before he finished speaking, he picked up the wheelchair and leaned sideways to block the wind. He walked steadily toward the wall to take shelter from the wind. If I directly invite you into the office now, I'm afraid you'll scold me again. Fine, let's talk here. What instructions do you have, old lady? Tell me. Chief Jiang's face was full of heartache. The bright jade ginseng and red blood Ganoderma that I gave you last time, those things. Have you taken them? Why do you still look so pale? Big-faced Jiang, don't talk nonsense with me. Did I come here to talk to you about these minor details? The old lady snorted and said, do you think that I'm old and have a bad memory? Do you think you'll be able to change the topic by spouting a bunch of nonsense? How would I dare? If I did that, wouldn't your students rebel against me? Chief Jiang's face was full of sweat. Hurry up and tell me. After you're done, I'll send you back to rest. Okay then, a few things. The old lady sat in the wheelchair, but it was as if she had a seal in her hand. She said in an unquestionable tone, "It's natural for you to catch spies. I don't object to it at all. But those 3 people from the political education department, you have to keep them. They are definitely not spies." Chief Jiang's face was bitter. They are in charge of the political investigation. They can't get away with it. Bullshit. You're still from S.H.I.E.L.D. There are so many spies. Are you going to take the blame for dereliction of duty? Are you going to take the blame and resign? The old lady said angrily, "If it wasn't for second high school exposing the truth, what would S.H.I.E.L.D. have found out all these years? Now you want 3 teachers from one school to take the blame. This is the action of a villain, a bastard. If you take them away, will they still be alive? On what basis? On your face?" Chief Jiang looked embarrassed and was speechless for a long time. "Give me a quick answer. Are you going to let them go or not?" Let them go." Chief Jiang hurriedly said, "Those 3 from the political education department, let them go. Hurry up and let them go. Also, it's fine if you take away the teacher from the martial disciple class, but let those children go. With their level, do you think they can withstand the UMNO Alliance's medicine? Even those children are taken away. Only you can think of that. Let them go. Okay. Let them go. Let those martial disciple children go too. Also, these students from second high school have very low cultivation. They are far from the standards to be absorbed by the UMNO Alliance. You should know this, right?" The old lady's face was as cold as frost. "I'm telling you seriously, big-face Jiang. You can take them away to be the mirror of clear heart. You can enter the crystal gate, but if any of them are injured, don't go to my grave in the future. I can't take your incense." Chief Jiang was sweating profusely. "Teacher, please be magnanimous. There must be a spy among these students. This matter is already set in stone. There is no way I can protect everyone. Your request is too difficult." The old lady snorted. "You took away more than 200 students in one go today, not including those who didn't come back from their missions. If you include those, you'll probably take away 70 to 80 more people. In total, there will be more than 300 people, almost 350. Among these 350 people, how many spies do you think there will be? Have they been cleared?" The old lady's sunken eyes looked coldly at Chief Jiang. Chief Jiang was sweating profusely and didn't answer for a long time. The old lady didn't relax at all. She said coldly, "Can you give a number?" 50. Chief Jiang tried to test. "Fuck you." 30. "Fuck you." 20. "I can't go any lower." Chief Jiang complained. "Jiang Zhangbin, you're now a leader. My words don't have any weight. Leave. Pretend that I didn't say anything. You can do whatever you want." The old lady looked disheartened. Go. I've wasted your time. I'm sorry." Chief Jiang's face turned pale. He threw himself in front of the wheelchair and hugged the old lady's leg. He actually started to make a scene. "How many? Give me a number. I'll do it, okay? I won't bargain. Don't talk to me like that. I can't take it." The leader wiped his tears. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be able to afford to go to martial arts school. You're closer to me than my own mother. Don't talk to me like that. I can't take it, I can't take it." The old lady's expression softened. She sighed and said, "Get up and talk. How can the dignified chief of Star Shield be like this?" "I'm not getting up." Chief Jiang acted shamelessly like a child. "Unless you say so. Based on my experience, there are at most 5 students who have been cleared. If there are more, it won't be the no alliances method. The old lady said, it can only be less, not more. Chief Zhang's face contorted. Teacher, I promise that I won't accuse anyone wrongly. If there's anyone wronged, don't ever see me again. Is that all right? But if there are more than 5, you can't blame me. No matter what, I can't let go of those who have been cleared. The old lady sighed softly. That's it. Get up. Only then did Chief Jiang stand up. He wiped his tears and pouted. You scared me to death. You're still as shameless as when you were young. The old lady sighed. Hurry up and leave. I won't delay you any further. I'll send you back. I don't trust anyone else to send you back. Chief Jiang insisted. He carried the old lady and the wheelchair and was about to walk back. At this moment, Qin Fangyang stepped forward and strode in front of the old lady. He asked excitedly, You are? Chapter 85. Qin Fangyang's sudden appearance was out of everyone's expectations. Everyone jumped in fright. Was he going to harm the old principal? Director Jiang and Director Sun were shocked. They immediately stood in front of the old lady and faced Qin Fangyang together. They covered the old lady tightly and shouted in unison, Qin Fangyang, what are you doing? Behind the two of them, the old lady, who was covered tightly, had a strange look in her eyes. She quickly regained her composure and did not make a sound. The next moment, more and more people stood out and blocked the wheelchair. Li Changjiang was among them. They all looked at Qin Fangyang with hostility. Their intentions were clear. If he wanted to harm the old principal, he would have to step over them. In Second High, in Phoenix City, this old woman could be said to be a person of virtue and prestige. She didn't have any influence or power in the government, but as long as she said a word, to some extent, it would be more effective than the words of the governor of Phoenix City. It was said that she came to Phoenix City when she was young and single-handedly improved Phoenix City's education system bit by bit. She single-handedly established Second High School and dedicated her entire life to Second High School and its students. She never talked about marriage in her life. She did not have any cultivation. She was just an ordinary person, but she did what countless martial artists could not do. Her students were all over the mainland. She had students all over the world. When she was teaching, every graduate of No. 2 high school treated her as their biological mother and loved her. Every day, there would be many letters written by students flying into the campus like snowflakes, reporting to her about their situation. They had been promoted, gotten married, had children, were about to go to the battlefield, were about to go on a mission. That they were like sons and daughters reporting to their mothers about everything that had happened to them. Such a person was like a living god in Phoenix City. Director Jiang of Star Shield was also a student she had personally recruited into the school. Back then, Director Jiang's family was poor and he couldn't afford to cultivate at all. Not to mention tuition fees, he couldn't even afford to wear clothes. It was the old woman's support that helped him advance to Martial Master. He could do missions to support himself and exchange for enough cultivation resources. As long as the students had the ability to support themselves, she would let them go and ignore them, as if they didn't know them at all. Then, he went on to help the next one, and the next batch. But of those students whom she had helped, as long as they weren't cold-hearted people, who would forget her? Even 20 years ago, she could no longer teach because her body could no longer bear the burden. She could only retreat behind the scenes, but she still did not stop sponsoring students. Later on, Director Jiang was promoted step by step. He could have gone to the big city to become the director of Star Shield, but he insisted on staying in Phoenix City. The most important reason was for her. He wanted to stay nearby and take care of his old mentor. I want to stay here. Teacher, he is old. I'm worried. I'm afraid that if I leave, someone will bully my teacher. This reason sounded ridiculous. Even though it was simple, it didn't seem like something a bureaucrat or a politician would say. However, he used this reason and refused to leave no matter what. He stayed in Phoenix City until today. It was such a person that Qin Fangyang had suddenly jumped out and shouted. His intentions were unclear. Unclear intentions were based on the premise that Qin Fangyang was a teacher of second high school and that he had exposed the UMNO Alliance's conspiracy. If it were someone else, it wouldn't be unclear intentions. It would be a conspiracy. It wouldn't be impossible for him to be killed on the spot. In fact, at this moment, everyone was extremely angry. Qin Fangyang. Li Chengjiang shouted angrily. What are you doing? Qin Fangyang's chest rose and fell rapidly. His face was flushed red. He swallowed hard and stared in the direction of the old woman. However, the old woman's figure was now completely blocked by the crowd. He couldn't see any trace of her at all. However, he still didn't give up and stared at her. His voice was hoarse, as if his throat had been torn for 100 years. He said hoarsely, I just want to ask. Who is this? What's her name? Does she recognize me? The corners of his eyes were already tearing because he was trying so hard to open his eyes. He was no longer glaring, but really tearing. Chief Jiang stood in front of him with an unprecedented aura. His entire body's power had been raised to the maximum. He looked like he was going to fight to the death. His body was filled with an extremely dangerous aura. It was obvious that he would go all out if there was any disagreement. He said in a low voice, Qin Fangyang, who is she, what's her name? Why do you want to know these things? She's the mother of all of us, the most respected person. Who do you think you are? How dare you jump out and ask questions? Chief Son of the Martial Arts Department looked at Qin Fangyang angrily and said loudly, Qin Fangyang. Back off. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath. He took a long, long breath. At the same time, Chief Jiang and the rest felt that the air around them was almost sucked dry by Qin Fangyang. It was as if they were suffocating in a vacuum. Qin Fangyang was so strong. He was so strong that it was beyond everyone's expectations. It was beyond everyone's understanding of Qin Fangyang's strength. Everyone immediately became even more vigilant in their hearts. Qin Fangyang's strength was different from usual. What did this mean and what did it mean? There were too many things to think about. It was thought-provoking, but it also sent chills down their spines. The mother of all of you. She should have a name. Even if she's a god, she should have a name in this world. It's just a name. Can't I ask? Qin Fangyang's face was full of sorrow. There was nothing greater than despair. I don't mean any harm. I just want to ask for a name. Back off. Chief Jiang shouted again, his murderous intent overflowing. Obviously. If Qin Fangyang still refused to back off, he would attack. Wait a moment. The old lady's gentle voice came from behind. Teacher Qin, I know you. You've been in second high for many years. You've been teaching diligently and the quality of the students you've taught is very high. Although you usually have a cold face, you're very responsible for every student. You've even sponsored many students from poor families. The old lady's voice was very gentle at this moment. Her words were mixed with undisguised admiration. For so many years, other than maintaining your normal living expenses, all your income has been used to sponsor the students. You're a good teacher. I admire and like you very much. It's just that I don't agree with the way you do things. The way you refuse the students' gratitude is to wait until they can earn their own money and ask them to return the money one by one. I know that after you get the money, you use it to sponsor new students. But this cycle is really unfair to you. I just don't know why you're looking for me. After the old woman's words, everyone looked at Qin Fangyang in a completely different light. His vigilance was replaced by a deep sense of respect. A teacher like this was indeed worthy of everyone's respect. But why would such a respectable teacher do such a thing at this time? Everyone found it harder and harder to understand. They were even more suspicious. Qin Fangyang's voice was hoarse as he muttered, "I'm very sorry for my presumptuous impulsiveness. My wife was separated from me 82 years ago. I still haven't found her. When I saw you just now, The old lady smiled softly and said, "Do you actually think that I'm your wife who has been missing for 82 years? The other party's voice was so calm that it even contained a trace of absurdity that made one not know whether to laugh or cry. Qin Fangyang's heart was immediately shaken. His gaze changed from pain to bewilderment. Yes, this. I know Teacher Qin's purpose. Ask Teacher Qin to come over. It's okay, the old lady said. Teacher. This. Chief Jiang was very hesitant. Xiao Jiang, as the chief of Star Shield, how can you not have the ability to see through people? It's a blessing for me to meet such an infatuated person and such a good teacher. Even if he's a spy, what's the benefit of assassinating an old lady who's about to be buried? Seeing that Chief Jiang and Chief Sun were still hesitating, the old lady's face darkened. She shouted, Jiang Zhangbin, Sun Yunhe. Don't tell me the two of you want to detain me. We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare. Hearing the old lady's reprimand, the two of them finally moved away unwillingly, revealing the old lady's true face. It was an old face that had long since lost its youthfulness. Her skin was wrinkled, her hair was sparse, and her face was covered with age spots. She was so shriveled that she looked like a mummy, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Only her eyes were still a little bright. However, compared to a normal person, they were much dimmer. At this moment, her eyes were quiet, gentle, and had a hint of a smile. She stared at Qin Fangyang and said in an almost joking tone, Teacher Qin, look at me. Do I look like your wife? Qin Fangyang only felt that his mind was in a mess. The face in front of him was too different from Qianqian's face in his memory. On Qianqian's face, there was a very small mole between her left eyebrows. The old lady in front of him did not have that. Qianqian had double eyelids, but this old lady had single eyelids. Just based on the outline of their faces, they were completely different. There was no resemblance at all. But why did my heart throb like that just now? It was a kind of deep throbbing that made one want to cry. May I ask? My surname is He, I'm He Yuanyue. The moon has a waxing and waning moon. Actually, this is not a secret. Everyone in Second High knows about it. The old lady smiled and said, Teacher Qin, do you have any other questions? Qin Fangyang closed his eyes in pain. No, I'm not Qianqian. So she's He Yuanyue. The god of Phoenix City. The goddess revered by millions of people in Phoenix City. Chapter 86. Teacher Qin. Grandma, he smiled gently. I can understand how you feel. Newlyweds have been separated for almost 100 years. No matter who it is, that person will go crazy. If you really feel bad, you can come and talk to me when you are free. She smiled faintly, but her words naturally revealed a feeling of keeping people 1,000 miles away. She said that she was inviting him, but anyone could hear the coldness in her words. This was an obvious courtesy, but also the most resolute rejection. Qin Fangyang was disheartened. Thank you. Director Jiang said faintly, Teacher Qin, although it is a little presumptuous, if you really want to find her, why don't you tell us your wife's name? Our star shield is still very good at finding people. As soon as he said this, he felt the old woman's eyes turn gently and stare at his face. Director Jiang was all too familiar with this gaze. She was angry. And not just angry, but sullen. Director Jiang's head broke out in cold sweat, and he almost knelt down on the spot. In his heart, he really couldn't understand why this ancestor was angry. With his identity and background, there was nothing wrong with saying this. Qin Fangyang replied absent-mindedly, She is called Lu Qianqian. She. Boom. Jiang Zhangbin's body swayed. Director Jiang didn't hear what Qin Fangyang said after that. Because this name was like a clap of thunder that shook him into an empty shell. At this moment, he felt as if all the lightning in the 9 heavens had struck his pitiful little head. When he had just taken up the position of Star Shield, the old woman had asked him to check her own files to see if there were any traces of her before. If there were, erase them all, the cleaner the better. Although he didn't know the old woman's intentions, Director Jiang still did as he was told. Thus, he learned of He Yuanyue's name before she came to Phoenix City. Lu Qianqian. As for why she changed from Lu Qianqian to He Yuanyue, Director Jiang didn't know, and he didn't dare to ask. He just followed his teacher's instructions and erased all traces. He even specially found a few internet experts to sweep the virtual network back and forth to make sure nothing went wrong. From then on, there was no longer any trace of Lu Qianqian in this world. There was only He Yuanyue. At that time, he had excitedly rushed over to show off his achievements. Teacher, according to your instructions, I have already erased all traces of you. From now on, even the gods will not be able to find out about your past. This memory could be said to be a major event that Chief Jiang would never forget. Now that he suddenly heard this name from Qin Fangyang's mouth, he was dumbfounded. His face unconsciously twisted, his mouth opened wide, and his eyes glazed over. The next moment, Deputy Chief Jiang instinctively turned to look at the old lady. However, he met a pair of stern eyes that were as sharp as lightning. That stern gaze seemed to convey thousands of words in an instant. Everything was conveyed without words. Chief Jiang shuddered as if he had just woken up from a dream. His body swayed and his face turned pale as he gasped for breath. It was a pity that Qin Fangyang, who was in a daze, did not notice the abnormality of Bureau Chief Jiang. All of a sudden, his heart palpitated and his blood rushed to his head. Then, he was suddenly disappointed. The disappointment this time was even greater than total despair to Qin Fangyang. At that moment, his mind was completely blank. Even his eyes became empty. Vaguely, someone was calling him. Teacher Qin. Teacher Qin. Qin Fangyang opened his eyes in a daze. When his gaze refocused, he realized that the person calling him was He Yuanyue. Teacher Qin, it seems that you really have deep feelings for your missing wife. He Yuanyue sighed and said, Jiang Zhangbin. I'm here. Chief Jiang wiped the sweat on his head and bowed. Remember to help Teacher Qin investigate properly, the old lady instructed. The old woman exhorted, it would be best if you could find it. That would be a great deed. Chief Jiang's heart started to churn like a gold thread. Do you want me to find out, or do you not want me to find out? I'm already in a daze. Teacher Qin, you don't have to be too discouraged. In life, there's still hope. Grandma, he said softly, I believe that your wife, no matter where she is now, will always be able to feel your deep affection. Qin Fangyang's soul was still floating. He had no home at all. He nodded blankly. His whole body was like a puppet. His vitality was gone. After a long time, he lowered his head bitterly and said, I'm sorry to disturb you. At that moment, all of Qin Fangyang's energy seemed to have been sucked away from his body. He turned around and walked back in loneliness. His footsteps were actually a little light. He took 2 steps and suddenly, his body swayed. A mouthful of blood gushed out. He swallowed it back forcefully. However, he felt that his eyes were blurred. His body went soft and he fell down. He Yuanyue, who was in the wheelchair, narrowed her eyes. Her hands instinctively grabbed the armrest tightly. However, Jiang Zhangbin was faster. Chief Jiang of Star Shield. He dashed forward and supported Qin Fangyang. 2 people. Chief Jiang hurriedly shouted. Quick! Quick, quick, quick! Send Teacher Qin back. You must ensure Teacher Qin's safety. Everyone around was once again in a state of confusion. What was going on? Weren't you the one who shouted the loudest just now? Why were you so gentle and considerate now? The old woman looked at the two people supporting Qin Fangyang's back. They walked forward step by step. Her expression and eyes had already calmed down. There was no change at all. Chief Jiang walked back with sweat on his head. After a long time, the old woman said softly, "Jiang Zhangbin, it seems that you have slacked off a lot recently. Look at your sweat. How old are you? How can you be so weak? Even though you are in a high position, you can't neglect your cultivation. Your own cultivation is the foundation." Chief Jiang was sweating profusely. Yes. Let's go." Qin Fangyang's figure turned around the corner and disappeared. The old woman seemed to have lost all of her strength. She collapsed in the wheelchair. It seemed that she couldn't even sit still. "I'll send you back now," Chief Jiang insisted. "I still have something to say to you." "Scram!" the old woman shouted angrily. "Jiang Zhangbin, I'm telling you now. Even if I die, I won't." Don't. Chief Jiang said helplessly. I'll leave immediately. If I find out that you are doing something behind my back, turning a deaf ear to my words, and harming my students. Even if I die, I don't want your paper money." The old woman warned him one last time. Chief Jiang's heart was filled with bitterness as he agreed. There were so many people present, but he was the only one who knew the true meaning of this sentence. What could he do? What could he do? What could he do? This was a problem that no matter what choice he made, no matter what he did, it seemed like the cars left one by one. Chief Jiang's car was the last to leave. The old woman had already gone back to rest. Her body was too weak, so she was the first to be sent away. Before Chief Jiang left, he patted Chief Sun's shoulder. "Old Sun, it's better for Principal Li to continue working in second high. Let's forget about the suspension." "All right." Chief Sun heaved a sigh of relief. In the end, Changjiang is the most reliable here. Also. Chief Jiang looked at Principal Li and smiled. "Principal Li, I'll have to trouble you to take care of old madam in the future." Li Changjiang said solemnly, "That's for sure. As long as Li Changjiang is still alive." "Sigh, I'm not talking about this. Chief Jiang smiled and waved his hand. He wanted to say something, but after thinking for a long time, he chuckled and said, "And that teacher Qin is also a good teacher. If they have any difficulties, they can call me directly. Yes, no matter what, they can look for me directly. Understand?" Principal Li was a little confused by this. He didn't know how to answer for a moment. Why was teacher Qin involved again? After a while, he agreed. "Okay. Well, if in the future." Chief Jiang's expression was extremely conflicted. He weighed his words carefully, but before he could finish, his phone rang. He looked at the number and hurriedly picked it up. "It's me." A clear word came from the other end. "Get lost." The voice was very heavy. Okay." Chief Jiang wiped his sweat and jumped up from the chair. I'm leaving now." Before he finished speaking, he rushed out of the door as if he was running for his life. Like a horse that had its butt cut, he ran away with a swoosh. Why did he leave halfway through his sentence? Li Changjiang was a little confused. These leaders were too hot-tempered. Why did he leave halfway through his sentence? Did all of them have such a temper? Sui Xiaoduo chatted with Li Chenglong for an entire afternoon. He only had a rough understanding of the No Alliance, Kill Break Wolf, and even the related concepts of the Big Dipper 9 and the Southern Dipper 6. It had to be said that Li Chenglong's cultivation talent was not good, and his strength was shallow. Well, he couldn't be blamed for being shallow for the time being. After all, he had jumped to the top 5 of Class 9. However, in terms of historical facts, related legends, and knowledge of the cultivation world's enemies and allies, Li Chenglong was really better than others. Whenever Zhuo Xiaoduo asked a question, it was rare that he didn't know the answer to it. No matter what it was, no matter how remote it was, he could quote from the classics and answer 10 questions. He didn't miss any details, no matter how big or small. Zhuo Xiaoduo listened to him and was even more impressed by his knowledge. Good kid, your brain is only a little bit worse than mine. However, the more he understood the details of the enemies he was thinking about, the more frightened Zhuo Xiaoduo was. Chapter 87. At the end of the day, Phoenix City was just a small, remote city. Although everyone knew that the UMNO alliance was their biggest enemy, they had no idea about the true strength of the various sects in the UMNO alliance. Really, they had no idea at all. This included many of the warriors in Phoenix City, and even the high-level warriors. Phoenix City was located in a remote, peaceful location. Other than the threat of the meteorites, it was almost like a paradise. To be honest, if they had not seen the prestige and privilege of the warriors, even if they knew that there was a strong enemy outside, not many people would choose to practice martial arts. Phoenix City, Antai City, Nanji City, Ishui City, and Boyang City, these 5 cities were connected to each other. The distance between the cities was at most 1,800 miles. Although the outside was a wasteland destroyed by the meteorites, the main roads were always open all year round. There were sentries set up every 30 miles. Those ferocious beasts and even star beasts did not dare to come here. But as far as the living environment of humans was concerned, it was very safe. As warriors, Zhuo Xiaoduo and the other students were taught how scary the UMNO alliance was, how strong the enemy was, how dangerous they were. And so on. There were many theories. However, it was not necessarily true that the students had a sense of urgency in their hearts. Why? The reason was very simple. The enemy was not around. Everything only existed in his imagination. You fantasize that there is an enemy? I even fantasize that there is a ghost. This was the basic thought of most of the ordinary people on the continent, as well as some warriors who had never come into contact with danger. Especially at the end, when Li Chenglong said those words from his own feelings, Zhuo Xiaoduo had a lot of thoughts. Swollen's words were very extreme. Actually, the world is like this now. Every moment, there are people who fall at the border. And those who fall, every one of them used to be like us, spoiled and loved by their parents since they were young. I grew up painstakingly, cultivated painstakingly, and gained experience painstakingly. Finally, I reached the stage where I could participate in the battle. Of course, I only went up to do my part, but it's not that I didn't want to make a name for myself, and it's not that I didn't want to be admired by the masses. However, I was reduced to minced meat in just a second. There was once a retired and disabled martial artist in Phoenix City. After he retired from the Sun Moon Pass and returned to his hometown, he saw that the martial artists here were living a comfortable and lazy life. He was so anxious that he fell ill. Before he died, he roared, "We are fighting a bloody battle in front of you because we want to leave you an environment to cultivate and become stronger. We hope that you will grow stronger as soon as possible. We hope that you will join the battle as soon as possible and make all of humanity safe. But what are you martial artists doing? All you do is laze around. As martial artists, you don't go out to gain experience, you don't go out to fight. You're gambling. But what are you guys doing? Playing cards. Playing mahjong. There are so many people at the front lines waiting for new blood to come in. Why are you guys so lazy? Come in. If you guys go on like this, you'll make the sacrifices at the front lines meaningless." Meaningless. Li Chenglong's face was full of pain. Don't think that this is just a rumor. The martial artist who died immediately after he said this was my uncle. I heard these words with my own ears. Although I was still young at that time, I remember every word that my uncle said. They were engraved in my heart. You thought that my talent was only passable, but you kept on cultivating. Even though you knew that there was no hope, you still refused to give up. You even crazily accumulated knowledge in the field of history. It was because of these words that I was alerted. It made me realize the responsibility I have. Even if it's difficult to cultivate, I still have to do my part and do my part in my own way. Don't think that I'm just talking big. I've always put my actions into practice. Don't think that I'm being extreme. Swa, do you know about our society? There are many scholars and scientists who don't have strong physiques. They are just ordinary people. However, there are too many people who live in the laboratory for a few years. Some of them even live in the laboratory for their entire lives. Even in their dreams, they want to develop a kind of technological weapon that can harm martial artists and kill the experts in the UMNO alliance. These people sacrifice even more. They don't have the strong physiques of martial artists. The time they live is very short. In their lifetime, they only live for a few decades. However, by the time they are able to do research, half of their lifetime has already passed. The biggest regret of many highly respected scientists before they die is that they wish they could become martial artists. It's not that they covet the strong strength of martial artists, which can move mountains and fill seas, or fly in the sky. Their regret is that their lifespans are too short. If they could become martial artists and reach the nascent soul transformation, even if they were embryonic breathing realm experts, they would have a lifespan of 500 to 600 years. With a lifespan of 500 to 600 years, coupled with a strong physique, they would definitely be able to develop more and better weapons. However, they didn't. After becoming a martial artist of a certain stage, they would have the responsibility of a high-ranking martial artist. Moreover, to become a high-ranking martial artist, which one of them didn't give up on knowledge in other areas? Most of the high-ranking martial artists, more than 99% of them can't do research. Those who do research can only be done by most ordinary people and low-ranking martial artists. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, I believe you would never know. It's hard to imagine that those respectable old people couldn't even move the things that they researched. Even when they used it, they couldn't withstand the huge sound waves that were formed in an instant. They could only watch helplessly from afar. You wouldn't know that many people use their entire lives to research something. However, until they die, they have only just touched the door. They can only turn their life's achievements into a disc or a record for the future generations. They can only close their eyes regretfully. These people all hope that everyone in our Yenwu Empire can be like a dragon. Everyone has the heart to become strong forever. However, what awaits them is disappointment. Actually, it seems like the strong's duty to protect ordinary people has always been the strong's duty. However, if you think deeper, why should they? Even if they don't protect ordinary people, what can they do? The strong weren't actually protecting ordinary people. Their protection was actually waiting for hope. They are waiting for their bloodlines to multiply and for more children to awaken their astral souls. They are waiting for generation after generation of strong people to stand out, until the day they counterattack the UMNO alliance, defeat and destroy the UMNO alliance. The martial artists at the front lines are sacrificing themselves at this moment. The scientists at the back are also working hard. I am also a citizen of the Yenwu Empire. This is also my responsibility. Li Chenglong sighed sadly. Phoenix City is not peaceful now. People are constantly dying and causing trouble. When I returned home, I told my father about it. My father pondered for a long time and said, "This might be a good thing." Why is it a good thing? Because only when they come into contact with danger and feel the threat personally can people take it seriously. Everyone, including those ordinary people who can't cultivate, will take it seriously. I believe that they will tell their children the truth about this crisis. This world is actually very dangerous. Children, you have to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you protect yourself, your parents, and your hometown. Li Chenglong was very emotional as he spoke. Zhuo Xiaoduo was also very moved. Then, the two half-grown children fell into silence. I have always known that my cultivation aptitude is too poor and I don't have enough resources. I most likely won't be able to jump through the dragon's gate before the age of 20. Therefore, I have long been prepared. In the future, I will take teaching as my main role. I will impart to every one of my students what I know and the sense of urgency that I personally feel. I will let them know about this world and all the dangers. I will let them experience my sense of urgency. However, it is different now. I have become a martial master by chance. The power of the astral souls in my body is no longer as viscous as before. My path of cultivation has a greater possibility. Li Chenglong's eyes looked into the distance. His chubby little face was filled with yearning. Since this is the case, I choose to experience the danger more realistically. In the future, no matter what, I will go to the front line of the Sun-Moon Pass. My name is Li Chenglong. The reason why I am called this is because my father wishes for his son to become a dragon. He hopes that I can become a dragon. As long as there is a slight possibility, I will jump through this dragon's gate with my life on the line. Why is the Sun-Moon Pass called the Sun-Moon Pass? The sun and the moon are bright. Bright pass. Let this world be filled with light. Let everyone no longer have the shadow of the Umno Alliance on their heads and in their hearts. That is the light. The Sun-Moon Pass is the pass of a man. The pass of a warrior. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart was deeply touched by Li Chenglong's words. He had never thought that he would be touched by a child of the same age, or even a child who was younger than him by a few years. But now, it was Li Chenglong's words that made his heart tremble violently. It was also at this moment that Zhuo Xiaoduo had another goal in his heart. The Sun-Moon Pass. The pass of a man. The pass of a warrior. With this goal in mind, Zhuo Xiaoduo even felt that his chest could be held higher than before when he walked on the road. There was never a moment when Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he was so manly. Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered for a moment and said softly, "Swollen, your way of thinking is reasonable, but it is still a little extreme. The world is so big, there are all kinds of people. You can't force everyone to have the same way of thinking as you." Zhuo Xiaoduo said softly, "There is no such thing as a peaceful life in this world. It's just that there are people who carry the burden for us and move forward." I've seen this sentence many times, but only now do I understand half of it. Ordinary people have their own way of living. Their comfort is the current situation of the human race, and it is also the result of countless warriors who fought against foreign invaders. Warriors should not destroy this comfort, and they should not be indignant because of the comfort at the back. Warriors need to protect the comfort of ordinary people the most. Otherwise, what is the value of warriors? Warriors have their own way of living. You have to have a higher level of understanding. Of course, there are also trash and dregs among warriors, but if there are not so many dregs, how can we gain experience? Zhuo Xiaoduo's words instantly disintegrated Li Chenglong's heavy mood. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Boss, I was still amazed by Zhuo's words. You are so calm today." Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled, but his expression became more solemn. He said softly, "Chenglong, you said something very well before. Only by experiencing it firsthand can one be qualified to say something. Empty talk is meaningless. I believe that even for us, only when we truly arrive at the Sun-Moon Pass and see or experience those bloody sacrifices, can we truly understand the true meaning of those words, the other half of the peaceful years. Those who haven't been to the front can't really understand it just by their own imagination. Don't be too demanding, just be yourself. Be yourself." Zhuo Xiaoduo patted Li Chenglong's shoulder. Li Chenglong was stunned for a long time, and then he said, "Yes." Li Chenglong's heart was suddenly touched. Because Zhuo Xiaoduo's words were more comprehensive and mature than his own, and not as extreme as his. Yes, he and his uncle might have been too impatient and extreme. Zhuo Xiaoduo was silent for a long time. He could even clearly feel that his state of mind was transforming. This was Zhuo Xiaoduo's third transformation. It was also from this day onwards that a vague idea sprouted in his heart. I want to go to the Sun and Moon Pass. Fight against the UMNO alliance. Protect my parents, my hometown. This idea, although still very vague, was like a seedling that had sprouted. It seemed that this was the real responsibility of a man. Chapter 88. That afternoon. Long Yusheng, Wan Lixiu, Yu Moyan, and Li Changming were fighting with their lives on the martial arts field. They were fighting and learning from each other. They were polishing their newly promoted cultivation and turning it into their own strength. The other students were practicing even more diligently in the classroom. There were already 6 students in the same class who had broken through to the martial master level. This was too much of a shock to the other students. Therefore, they were all practicing with red eyes. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were the exceptions. One had a lot of questions, while the other was a teacher. They talked for the whole afternoon. It was not until school was over that the two of them started to spar. It was a one-sided fight. Li Chenglong's whole body was swollen after the punches. His resentment had reached a point of no return. I explained to you, but you fucking attacked me immediately. What happened to respecting your teacher? What happened to a teacher for a day, a father for life? I can't even lie on the ground and admit defeat. You rolled 40 to 50 times with one kick. Are you fucking kicking me like a ball? Li Chenglong exploded in anger. Then, he was beaten up again. Zhuo Xiaoduo waited until school was over, but Li Changjiang didn't summon him. In the end, he had no choice but to leave by himself. Walking on the road, he vaguely felt that there were more people paying attention to him. No matter where he went, he felt like he was being scrutinized. Some of them were malicious, some had bad intentions, but there were also others. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked to the window of a shop and deliberately stopped to look at his face in the mirror for a long time. Not to mention other things, the young man in front of her was really handsome. His eyebrows were like swords, his eyes were like stars, his lips were red, his body was tall and slender, and he was as handsome as a tree in the wind. Zhuo Xiaoduo was mesmerized by himself. He almost forgot the purpose of reading a person's face. He's so handsome. How can a person be so handsome? If I didn't know that I was looking at a mirror, I would have fallen in love with this young man. I can even consider being gay. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed in his heart. She wondered which girl would be so lucky in the future to be able to find such a handsome and good husband. I was so envious of her, because my wife would definitely not be as good as her husband. What a loss. After being narcissistic for a while, a certain someone finally looked at his own face and was even more satisfied. Not bad, not bad. The heavenly court was full and round. In the imperial court, it was the image of an emperor. In the martial world, it was the image of an overlord. Not bad, not bad. There was no danger at all. Then the phone rang. It was Zhuo Xiaonian. Oh, Nian Nian cat. Ahaha, it's Nian Nian cat. Why are you looking for Handuada-sama? Zhuo Xiaoduo was still immersed in the narcissistic atmosphere. He was still in a daze when he picked up the phone. He spoke freely. The Zhuo Xiaonian on the other side snorted, "Dare I ask, Lord Duo, are you wandering tens of thousands of meters high in the sky? Otherwise, how could you float like this?" Zhuo Xiaoduo quivered when he heard that. All of his narcissism instantly disappeared. He went from being aloof to being a pug. He bent down and lowered his head to flatter the phone. I was wondering whose voice was so nice. So it's my gentle and beautiful sister Nian Nian. Ha ha ha, sister, your voice is getting more and more charming. It's so nice. On the other side, Zhuo Xiaonian was furious, cut the crap. There are two things. Sister, I'll do whatever you say. I'll climb a mountain of swords and plunge into boiling oil. You fought with someone and you didn't even tell us when you went home. How did you fight? My master was so angry that he couldn't sleep last night. He's still angry today. He said he's going to punish you. Zhuo Xiaonian said angrily. What? Zhuo Xiaoduo was confused. He didn't know how to react. After a while, he said, I didn't see Master Mu either. You want to see my master with your little skills? Zhuo Xiaonian was angry, my master couldn't hold it in anymore after more than a day. He called me and scolded me. He said that it's okay for you to teach your brother the unique skills of the sect, but you should at least teach him how to use them. How did the Dragon Gate kick and Starry Sky steps turn into a crotch kick? Who would be embarrassed if someone saw through his moves? What's going on? Zhuo Xiaoduo, Ga. My master also said that your brother's cultivation is shallow and he's not good enough. But if he still does this in the future, won't the reputation of the Kunlun Taoist sect be ruined? Zhuo Xiaonian repeated Mu Yanyan's words angrily, if the Kunlun Taoist sect is notorious because of your crotch kick in the future, kicking me out of the sect is secondary. Punishing someone is imperative and will not be easy. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was sweating. How did Mu Yanyan know? She saw it. He was a little dissatisfied. What's wrong with crotch kick? Is it against the law? Didn't you see that so many people were beating me up? Why do you have to tell me where to hit? How can I consider so many things? It's almost a life and death situation. Zhuo Xiaoduo responded with a series of yes and s. He made up his mind. Mu Yanyan is too controlling, isn't she? Humph, I must carry forward the crotch kick in the future and make my name known to astral souls. The truth of the matter was more or less like this. That day, Mu Yanyan went out to do something and looked down on the ground. She was patrolling intentionally or unintentionally, and then she accidentally saw Zhuo Xiaoduo who was blocked at the school gate. To be fair, she had a good impression of Zhuo Xiaoduo. In her mind, Zhuo Xiaoduo was well-behaved and sensible, handsome, and very good at making trouble. Who wouldn't like such a child from the bottom of her heart? When she saw her beloved junior being blocked, she naturally wanted to help. But before she could do anything, she saw Zhuo Xiaoduo skillfully use the unique skills of Kunlun Taoism. Star-picking palm. Dragon Gate kick. Star steps. These three sets of martial arts were displayed in Zhuo Xiaoduo's hands to the point that he was extremely familiar with them. As someone who had personally guided and trained Zhuo Xiaoduo, Mu Yanyan was very gratified. This child really learned well. It was not difficult to see that he had put in a lot of hard work in the past few days. When facing the enemy, he was not nervous at all. He fully demonstrated the mastery of these three sets of martial arts, which was quite pleasing to the eye. But within half a minute of pleasing to the eye, Mu Yanyan's expression became stunned and tongue-tied. Because of the mysterious star steps, Dragon Gate kick, and star-picking palm. Every move was aimed at the lower part of the body, attacking those delicate spots. 1, 2, 3. For Mu Yanyan was stunned on the spot. Then, she fainted on the spot. She almost fainted from anger. After all, from her point of view, there were too many opportunities. Zhuo Xiaoduo's unfinished kick could have landed on the throat, the back of the head, the eyes, the dantian, and other vital parts of the body. But he just missed them all. He didn't even hesitate to increase the difficulty of his kick and aimed it at the crotch of his pants. And his posture was getting more and more skillful, more and more routine. It seemed that other than the crotch, he had no other target. The Dragon Gate kick. Star-picking palm, was it supposed to be used like this? How could the three unique skills of Kunlun Taoism be used to kick the crotch? After Mu Yanyan went back, she was angry for half the night. Then, she thought for the rest of the night. She wanted to just let it go and see Zhuo Xiaoduo less in the future. Out of sight, out of mind. But this afternoon, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. Zhuo Xiaoduo's progress was really too fast, and he was also unusually diligent. With his current speed of advancement, she estimated that he would soon climb to the embryonic breathing realm. By then, the range of his activities would be even larger. When that time came, his opponents would naturally increase. At that time, if he still used the crotch kick, oh no, the Dragon Gate kick. It would be very difficult for the Kunlun Taoist sect to not lose face in the eyes of those who knew the ropes. If Zhuo Xiaoduo became famous, Kunlun Taoism would probably be called the Crotch Kick Sect or the Crotch Kick Sect. These were all completely possible. Then, how could Kunlun Taoism survive? Thinking of this, she quickly called Zhuo Xiaonian and scolded her, "Take care of your brother." Listening to Zhuo Xiaonian on the other side of the phone scolding him, Zhuo Xiaoduo was submissive. He swore that he would change in the future, but in fact, he was only indignant in his heart. That old woman actually complained about me. It's really too much. When my cultivation is high enough in the future, I will definitely beat her up. The kind that will make her unable to get out of bed. Cough cough cough. Sister Nian Nian, didn't you say there were two things? Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly changed the topic. What's the other thing? The second matter. Meng Qinyu said that her brother invited me to dinner tonight. It will be at Brilliant Sky. Zhuo Xiaonian sighed. Are you going or not? I'll go. Of course I'll go. I have to go. I have to go. Zhuo Xiaoduo was immediately energized and asked to go. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo's fighting spirit was high. His whole body was filled with a fierce aura of a person who was about to enter a decisive battle. It lasted for a long time. I want to see what kind of Tom, Dick, and Harry wants to be my brother-in-law. Damn it. Wishful thinking. What a joke. I am not related to Sister Nian Nian by blood. I didn't dare to think about it before because I couldn't cultivate. But now that I can cultivate, don't tell me I still don't dare to think about it. How could he not? What a joke. My parents raised me personally, and I watched the Bai grow up bit by bit. Someone actually coveted it. This can't be tolerated. If Master Zhuo is angered, I'll push it away tonight. This is simply trying to provoke a lion, pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth, stealing a treasure from under a dragon's claws, and stealing a woman from Master Zhuo's arms. I just want to ask, who dares to do this? A certain person hardened his heart for a long time, but in the end, he still suppressed the most impulsive part. Master Zhuo's current strength was still not enough. For the time being, he could not beat this tigress. If he tried to expose himself, losing face would be a small matter, but he would definitely be beaten. Master Zhuo did not want to be beaten. What Master Zhuo needed to do now was to hide. Of course, he also needed to protect my Bai. Requesting subscriptions, requesting recommendation tickets, requesting monthly tickets. Brothers, support this wave. There will be an update in the afternoon. It will be done by the Alliance Master. It should be around 3 or 4. Chapter 89. On the other side of the phone, Zhuo Xiaonian was very hesitant. But you said you'd go alone. If you go, what excuse do you need? Excuse? That's easy. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed. It's a coincidence. A coincidence? How so? We agreed to eat at Brilliant Sky. Do you know where that is? You don't have to worry about that. In the blink of an eye, it was already 6:30 p.m. The sky was not completely dark yet. The streets were packed with people and carriages. Young and beautiful girls were walking around with young men. They were full of youthfulness. In front of Brilliant Sky. Brilliant Sky was the most high-end club in Phoenix City. It was said that the cheapest dish here cost at least $1,000 $. A simple meal cost more than $10,000 $. On the left side of brilliant sky was a singing and dancing club. Yes, that night and that club. Young ladies stood at the door. Their fragrance was enchanting. They welcomed middle-aged men with big bellies as they walked in. Their voices and gestures were all over the place. Zhuo Xiaoduo strode past the entrance of the club. Suddenly, a young lady grabbed his arm. "Handsome, come in and have some fun." Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was grabbed, had goosebumps. He flung her hand away and said angrily, "What time is it now? The nightlife hasn't started yet." "Yo. Handsome, you're very creative." Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. "How much does it cost to go in and have some fun?" Not much at all." These young ladies had rarely seen such a handsome and spirited young man come to this kind of place. Immediately, they gathered around him and started to talk about him. Zhuo Xiaoduo resisted the discomfort of his nose being smelled by all kinds of fragrances and revealed a sly smile. In just a moment, he was chatting enthusiastically with the young ladies. His face was full of excitement. "Young lady, you're so beautiful. How much do you weigh?" "Wow, 87. "Young lady, why are you so tall?" The giggles of the young ladies sounded like silver bells, ringing out one after another. The fragrance wafted, and the curves were exquisite. After a moment, "Damn it!" An angry and stern voice that was obviously about to explode suddenly rang out. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhuo Xiaoduo's ear was twisted by a fair and slender hand. Out of habit, she twisted it twice. Zhuo Xiaoduo's ears spun 720 degrees, and he almost fell to his knees. Ouch! 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 You! Why are you here? Who else could it be but Zhuo Xiaonian who was twisting his ear? At this moment, Zhuo Xiaonian's face was frosty. Obviously, she was very, very angry. Even her eyes flashed with a murderous look, as if she wanted to kill her brother to prove her Tao. "Why am I here? If I hadn't come, would you have gone in?" "Huh? Don't. No, how could I? I definitely won't. Let go of me first, my God. This is too embarrassing." Zhuo Xiaoduo twisted his body awkwardly and repeatedly begged for mercy, "Sister Nian Nian. Don't. I'm too unlucky. My ear was twisted in front of the nightclub, can you leave me some face?" "You still want face? I think I'll just twist your ear off and completely embarrass you." Zhuo Xiaonian was still twisting Zhuo Xiaoduo's ear. She mercilessly pulled him to the side and began to interrogate him. "Speak, what are you doing here? Are you trying to anger me to death? Speak, hurry up and speak." At this moment, the group of young ladies standing at the door all shrank to the side, not even daring to breathe. These young ladies were all experienced people. Although it wasn't common for men to be caught by their own women for fun, it wasn't rare either. Usually, they would pretend to mediate, but in reality, they would mock them for not being charming enough, but using violence to pressure them. Didn't they know how to reflect on themselves? They should learn more gentleness and kung fu. But at this moment, such thoughts were all gone. The reason was simple and violent. The sudden appearance of this woman was also very violent, but she was too beautiful. It was the kind of beauty that was cold and pure. When they saw her, they couldn't help but feel ashamed of their inferiority. It was as if people like them, even standing beside her was a kind of blasphemy. At this time, besides Zhuo Xiaonian, a tall and handsome young man in white casual clothes with a friendly smile on his face said, "Nian Nian, may I ask who this is?" Zhuo Xiaonian said faintly, "Young Master Meng, I'll say it again. You shouldn't call me Nian Nian, and you shouldn't call me that. You can call me Miss Zhuo, or just call me by my name. If you call me that one more time, I'll turn around and leave." The young man awkwardly touched his nose and laughed, "I'm sorry for my slip of the tongue. Miss Swa, please don't be angry. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks later, okay? Then he said, this is. Swa Xiaonian sighed, this is my younger brother, Swa Xiaoduo. Sigh. I'm so angry. He's so disappointing. He's only a few years old, but he's already messing around in this kind of place. Your younger brother. The young man smiled warmly, then he's not an outsider. You're so angry. Stop. Where are you going? As soon as Swa Xiaonian let go, Swa Xiaoduo tried to sneak away. Suddenly, Swa Xiaonian twisted his ear again. It was the root of his ear again. Her movements were so skillful that she caught him easily. Ouch. I'm fine. I want to go home. Let go. Swa Xiaoduo screamed, I'll go home. I'm not an eyesore. Go home. You're not going anywhere now. Swa Xiaonian said sternly, come with me. I'm not going. Swa Xiaoduo said angrily, you're going on a date. What do you want me to do? Be a third wheel. Ouch. The word, date, successfully touched Swa Xiaonian's reverse scale. She tightened her grip and squeezed Swa Xiaoduo until he screamed, date my ass. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You went in the moment I left, didn't you? No. You're being wronged. Slander. Slander. Not yet. You were smiling so obscenely just now. What else do you want? You're still there. Why is it so high? Where is it high? Where is it high? Come with me. You're not going to leave my sight tonight. I'm not going. You're not going. You have to go even if you don't want to. Do you think it's up to you? Under everyone's gaze, Swa Xiaoduo screamed and begged for mercy. He swore that he would never do anything wrong. Swa Xiaonian grabbed his ear and dragged him into the brilliant sky. She only let him go after they entered the building. Be a good boy and come with me for dinner. Swa Xiaonian dragged Swa Xiaoduo into the elevator. Although she knew that this was just a chance encounter that Swa Xiaoduo had deliberately created, she was still angry. After entering the elevator, she kicked Swa Xiaoduo's butt a few more times. Xiao, you're still young. You're actually fooling around in the clubhouse. Who did you learn this from? Swa Xiaoduo covered his butt and leaned forward after being kicked. He kept begging for mercy, I'm really not. On the side, young Master Meng tried to smooth things over, that's enough. Your brother didn't really go in. Ha, you've punished him enough. Let's forget about it. Swa Xiaonian said angrily, it's because he didn't really go in that I'm angry. If he really went in, it wouldn't be because of anger. I'll beat him to death. Miss Swa, please calm down and introduce him to me. Young Master Meng looked at Swa Xiaoduo with an amused expression. Swa Xiaoduo looked back with an aggrieved expression. His ears were already red from being twisted. This is young Master Meng, Meng Qinyu's brother. He's also the eldest son of the Meng Group in Phoenix City. He's also the current executive director, Meng Qintian. Swa Xiaonian sighed and introduced, this is my brother, Swa Xiaoduo. Hello, Xiaoduo. Meng Qintian gently extended his hand, it's nice to meet you. I'm nice. Which part of me is nice? Swa Xiaoduo grumbled, I've only met you once, and your ears are already swollen. You're clearly a jinx, aren't you? Swa Xiaoduo snorted, but still extended his hand to shake. While he was at it, he glanced at young Master Meng's face. Without mentioning anything else, this guy's appearance was really something. He was the same type of person as Meng Qinyu. His face was a little square, and he had thick eyebrows. However, he did not give off a fierce feeling. His eyebrows were raised, almost reaching his temples. He looked very handsome. Below his eyebrows were a pair of slightly sunken eyes. They gave off a very calm and steady feeling. In short, he gave off a very reliable feeling. His nose was straight, and his lips were not thin or thick. His face was not pale and tender, but rather a manly wheat color. His black hair was thick and was neither long nor short. It was casually parted in a 37. His face was steady and generous, and he gave off an awe-inspiring aura. At a glance, he was at least 1.9 meters tall. He was neither fat nor thin, and it could be said that he had the ideal body for any man. He was definitely the type of man who looks thin when dressed, but shows muscle when undressed. His entire body gave off a feeling of strength, but he did not give off any pressure. His speech and actions were proper and natural. He did not give off the slightest feeling of being high and mighty. Anyone who saw him would have the same feeling: this person is not bad. After that, although this person's position was high, he was a good person to make friends with. His personal charm is quite good. Zhuo Xiaoduo muttered to himself. Even if one looked at him with a picky eye, this person was an extremely outstanding person. But his physiognomy does not look very good. Although from a normal person's point of view, this person has a sunny, reliable, and steady appearance, in the eyes of a professional like me, your hidden darkness has more or less been exposed. Then, he's not a good person. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately came to this conclusion. This was not a prejudice, but a conclusion drawn by the physiognomy method. This person looks gentle and steady, and his speech and actions are gentle and polite. But deep down, he's a ruthless person. Once he makes a move, he will kill without any mercy. It's a pity that I only have 1.5 Providence points left. I have to leave them for Sister Nian in case she needs them. I can't waste them on him. But my intuition tells me that this person is very, very dangerous. He's like a peerless demon beast wearing human skin and hiding in the crowd. I was fooled by the Alliance Masters. I didn't update at first, but that day, I was hot-headed. I was just joking. But they didn't let me go. Where is the trust between people? Okay, I beg for monthly votes, subscriptions, and recommendation votes. At least give me some comfort. Chapter 90. Meng Chen Tian spoke cheerfully and wittily. Every sentence was gentle and steady, and there was often a hint of humor. It could make people smile involuntarily, but it would not make them laugh out loud. He had a good grasp of the propriety of his speech. Throughout the entire process, he spoke with ease, as if it was his own arm. Your little brother is very good. I heard Qinyu mention it before. She said that although Xiao Duo is a little naughty, his diligence and hard work in martial arts made her feel ashamed of her inferiority. Meng Chen Tian paused for a moment and laughed, speaking of which, this is the first time I have heard Qinyu look at a boy so favorably. That girl's vision is not ordinary. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it is as high as the sky. His words were clearly flattering Zhuo Xiaoduo, but there was no sense of flattery. Instead, it seemed to be the most pertinent evaluation. He only has this good point. Other than that, he is a headache. Zhuo Xiaonian had a headache and turned to ask Zhuo Xiaoduo, did you get into trouble again today? No. Zhuo Xiaoduo protested, I am so obedient. How could I get into trouble? You are obedient? These two words came out of Zhuo Xiaonian's nose. As they spoke, the three of them arrived at the top floor. On the top floor of Brilliant Sky, there was only one room on the entire floor. The room was completely transparent with a glass cover. Inside, there was only one table. It was a table that could expand or shrink at will. When there were fewer people, the table could be retracted. When there were more people, the table could be pulled out. This retractable table could accommodate up to 60 people eating at the same table. When it was shrunk to its smallest size, it could only accommodate 2 people sitting at the same table. The surroundings were illuminated by the jade of astral souls. Even if it was broad daylight, it gave off the feeling of starlight. The top floor had already been properly arranged. The lights and curtains were all turned on. The gentle music was like a quiet river, flowing slowly. As far as the eye could see, there were only 2 small seats. It was a classic candlelit dinner. You two are on a date. Enjoy your candlelight dinner. I'll just stand. Don't mind me. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, but don't be too slow, hurry up a bit. Remember to tell me what this table of dishes tastes like. I heard that this brilliant sky is the best restaurant in Phoenix City. You guys eat, I'll just smell it. You're so pitiful. Zhuo Xiaonian rolled her eyes. Ha ha ha. Xiaoduo is really funny. Meng Qintian laughed heartily. Without calling for the waiter, he adjusted the seats into 3, 2 side by side and 1 across from each other. He was very skilled in this operation, and it was obvious that he had eaten a lot here. Come here, Miss Zhuo. Sit here. He gestured for Zhuo Xiaonian to sit beside him and was about to sit down. Zhuo Xiaoduo pouted and said, I can't reach the food here either. Why? Are you two sitting opposite me to interrogate me? Okay. You sit here. Zhuo Xiaonian patted the seat beside her and looked at Meng Qintian apologetically. It's okay. I'll sit over there. Meng Qintian stood up gracefully and gestured for Zhuo Xiaoduo to sit beside him. He then sat down opposite of them and pressed the bell on the table. Stars twinkled on the curtain and started to rotate. It was so beautiful that it felt like they were in the Milky Way. It was so beautiful and magnificent. After a while, a group of beautiful girls in white clothes and white dresses came in one after another with dishes in their hands. The aroma instantly filled their nostrils and refreshed their hearts. This is. Meng Qintian would elegantly introduce each dish and then invite them to eat. When he introduced the 3rd dish, Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned, Brother Meng. Meng Qintian turned his head and smiled, Xiaoduo. You introduced it in such detail. Are you afraid that we have never eaten this dish and would be rude in front of others? Zhuo Xiaoduo said, Are you afraid that you will lose face, or are you afraid that we will lose face? You're making me feel like a country bumpkin. Meng Qintian was stunned and laughed, It's my fault. It's my fault. Come on. I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups. Zhuo Xiaonian did not feel this way at first. However, after hearing Zhuo Xiaoduo's words, she suddenly felt that Meng Qintian was treating them as poor people. His heart was immediately filled with displeasure. Meng Qintian stopped introducing the dishes and waited for the 7th dish. This dish looked very strange. It should be some kind of star beast that flew in the sky. In short, it was the kind that was rarely seen. This dish was accompanied by soup, sauce, and other ingredients. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian had never eaten this dish before. For a moment, they did not dare to move for fear of showing their cowardice. Just as Meng Qintian was about to move, Zhuo Xiaoduo opened his mouth and sighed, I say, Big Brother Meng, your treat is a bit. This dish is so out of the ordinary. How can we eat it if you don't introduce it? If we lose face, won't you lose face as well? Meng Qintian was at a loss and was speechless for a long time. So, should I introduce it or not? It's my fault. Meng Qintian apologized again and punished himself by drinking another cup. Then he began to introduce, This is a dark star bird that I hunted by chance when I went out for an adventure. This kind of bird only appears when the sky is completely dark. Even if it is moving, its speed is very fast and it flies silently without any signs. Hunting this kind of star beast is not only difficult but also requires a bit of luck. However, this kind of dark star bird's meat is very delicious. Probably because this kind of bird does not have a star pill in its body, the power that should have formed a star pill dissipates into its flesh. But because of this, it is very beneficial for cultivation. Zhuo Xiaoduo curled his lips. Meng Qintian's words were said casually, but it revealed a sense of superiority. Not only am I the son of a big family, Not only am I a rich man, but I am also an expert. It must have been hard on him. How did he come up with such a secretive way of showing off? If it wasn't for my intelligence, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to tell. Zhuo Xiaonian could tell too. She smiled slightly and said, young Master Meng's current martial arts attainments should be at the highest level, right? Meng Qintian smiled embarrassedly and said, you flatter me. In front of Miss Zhuo, how could I say that I am at the highest level? I believe you can tell at a glance that I am still far from breaking through to the high stage of the embryonic breathing realm. He laughed and said, with my current level, even if there were 100 of me, it would not be enough to defeat Miss Zhuo, right? Zhuo Xiaonian smiled faintly and said, young Master Meng is too humble. She then turned to ask Zhuo Xiaoduo, did you fight today? Yes, I did. Li Chenglong has also been promoted to martial arts master. Today, I had a great battle with him. We fought so fiercely that the sun and moon did not shine. Zhuo Xiaoduo's spirits were lifted, and he began to boast non-stop. The dishes were served one by one. Zhuo Xiaoduo held the chopsticks in his right hand and the fork in his left. He did not even use his hands to drink. He lowered his head and held the wine glass in his mouth. Then, he continued to boast non-stop. He boasted about his battle with Li Chenglong. He talked about how the two of them fought fiercely and how exciting it was. He talked about how despicable Li Chenglong was and how he was calm and collected. He talked about how he dealt with his opponent's moves calmly and how he was wise and elegant. He talked about how Li Chenglong was sinister and how he came up with another plan after one failed. He had endless schemes and tricks. He fought calmly, from the ground to the tree, and from the tree to another tree. He talked about how he used the leaves, how he used the light, how Li Chenglong set another trap, and so on. Later, he talked about how they fought on the martial arts practice platform, the sports field, and the martial arts hall. After finishing the sumptuous dinner, Zhuo Xiaoduo was still boasting, but he was already full. During the dinner, Zhuo Xiaonian did not eat much. At most, she only tasted the food. Especially the dark star bird that Meng Qintian had hunted himself, he didn't even try a single bite. All he did was to pick up food for his younger brother with his chopsticks and quietly listen to his bragging. Throughout the whole process, he maintained a look of special interest. Meng Qintian had been in the society for many years and could be said to be very knowledgeable. But during the dinner, he did not find a chance to speak. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mouth was stuffed with food, and he was chewing all the time. He did not stop boasting. Eat slowly, don't choke. Zhuo Xiaonian patted Zhuo Xiaoduo's back. Zhuo Xiaoduo showed a comfortable expression of, I choked and got patted. After introducing the dark star bird, Meng Qintian was silent for the whole night. He did not have a chance to speak, nor did he give him a chance to perform. I'm full, I'm full. Zhuo Xiaoduo stuck out his belly and said sensibly, I'm full. Why don't you and Brother Meng find another place to shop? I'll go home by myself. Zhuo Xiaonian grabbed his ear and said angrily, you brat, do you want to go there again? I'm telling you, I'm here today, so you'd better keep your dirty tricks to yourself. You're not going anywhere, and we'll go home together. You're meddling too much. I said I'll go home by myself, and I don't even have that much credibility. Zhuo Xiaoduo protested loudly. But Zhuo Xiaonian did not care. Brother Meng, thank you for your hospitality, but I have to send my brother home. Why don't we meet again when we have time? Zhuo Xiaonian smiled reservedly. Okay, let's meet again next time. When will Miss Zhuo be free? I'll call you next time. Zhuo Xiaonian said gently and apologetically, I don't have a fixed schedule. How about this, when I have time, I'll call you. Finished speaking, she pulled Zhuo Xiaoduo out. Meng Qintian walked them all the way to the glorious gate of heaven. He watched as the siblings disappeared into the crowd. Only then did he gently sigh. You're calling me? Even in my dreams, I wouldn't dare to think like that. Up until now, you haven't even asked for my number. He stood in front of the splendid divine gate, where the lights were shining and the neon lights were flashing outside. He kept a smile on his face and did not move for a long time. After a long time, he exhaled. He murmured to himself, normal chance, 0. Next chapter, 6:00 p.m. Looking for monthly subscription and recommendation tickets. Brothers and sisters reading outside, please come to Chidian to support the official subscription. Thank you. Chapter 91. Behind them, a manager who had been waiting heard him exhale and asked respectfully, "Eldest young master, do you have any other arrangements next?" Arrangements. Meng Qintian's face fell and he said calmly, "Arrange for a few people to practice with me." The manager's face fell immediately. Last time, 3 of the 4 practice partners had died. This time, how many would he want? Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian walked slowly on the road. "What do you think of this Meng Qintian?" Zhou Xiaonian frowned and added, "His physiognomy." Zhou Xiaoduo said, "Why don't you tell me what you think first?" Zhou Xiaonian's sixth sense was extremely sharp. It had been proven many times before. Zhou Xiaonian pondered for a while and said, "It's hard to say, but there is a strong sense of danger lingering in my heart. This person is definitely not simple." Strong sense of danger. And such a strong sense of danger. Zhou Xiaoduo was surprised. "Yes." Zhou Xiaonian nodded. "I have seen him a few times before. His demeanor, temperament, and manners are all very good and impeccable. However, there is a cold sense of danger. Otherwise, if Meng Qinyu asked me to have a meal, I would have agreed. I asked my master to arrange for you to go to that place to practice. However, Meng Qinyu took the opportunity to raise conditions. I could have ignored her, but since you know physiognomy, I wanted you to see if this person gives me a strong sense of danger. Is my breakthrough related to him?" Zhou Xiaoduo's expression suddenly became serious. What was Zhou Xiaonian's cultivation? It was a stable primordial core grandmaster's cultivation. Moreover, with Zhou Xiaonian's foundation, a normal primordial core grandmaster would not be her opponent at all. On the other hand, Meng Qintian's cultivation, which Zhou Xiaonian could see clearly, was not even at the high stage of the embryonic breathing realm. It might be an exaggeration to say that the Zhou Xiaonian could defeat 100 of him, but it was not difficult for the Zhou Xiaonian to kill 30 to 50 warriors of this level. She could do it easily. However, it was such a person who made Zhou Xiaonian feel an unusually strong sense of danger, and he didn't leave for a long time. This was very unusual. If that's the case, then the danger level of his body is definitely much higher than what he appears to be. Then, his cultivation is definitely not limited to the embryonic breathing realm. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and said, "If that's the case, then the eldest son of the Meng group is a hidden master." But that didn't make sense. The stronger he was, the safer Meng Corporation would be, right? Why didn't he show it? With his age, even if he has the backing of the Meng Corporation, his achievements are enough to show disdain for the masses. It is only right for him to show off his abilities. Zhou Xiaonian paced forward, seemingly in a good mood. She said, "That's their business. What does it have to do with us?" Zhou Xiaoduo nodded and said, "That's true. However, this person's desire for you is very strong." Zhou Xiaonian said calmly, "Regarding this, I also feel it. Today, there was one time when he looked at me. Because I suddenly turned my head, he didn't have time to change his expression, and I saw it." Zhou Xiaonian thought for a while and said, "That was probably a look that said he couldn't wait to eat me up. Eat it in one gulp." Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. "Nian Nian. Sister, this guy is really not a good person. He actually wants to eat you up. He is definitely not a good person." For some reason, ever since Zhou Xiaoduo had officially started practicing, especially after he had reached a certain level of cultivation, he always felt that Zhou Xiaonian was very weak and needed his protection. Then, he always wanted to call her Nian cat. This feeling was actually very strange. It was completely illogical. Zhuo Xiaoduo clearly knew that Zhuo Xiaonian was much stronger than him. She didn't need his protection at all. In comparison, if there was something that could pose a threat to Zhuo Xiaonian, Zhuo Xiaoduo would be like an ant trying to shake a tree. However, this desire to protect her was getting stronger and stronger. It was getting more and more uncontrollable. Zhuo Xiaonian looked at him from the corner of her eyes. She thought to herself, this guy has probably been oppressed by me for the past few years. His recent arrogance is really asking for a beating. You still haven't told me about your fortune-telling, Zhuo Xiaonian said. This person is definitely not a good person. Zhuo Xiaoduo had a vague guess in his heart. He said, Sister Nian Nian, from now on, you have to be careful of this person. Not only him, but also his sister, Meng Qinyu. Zhuo Xiaonian suddenly turned around and said, what do you mean? This Meng Qintian is dangerous to you. Meng Qinyu may not have any evil intentions towards you, but his brother and his family may not. Zhuo Xiaoduo said it very vaguely. But he still mustered up his courage. Even if it was just a vague feeling, he still said it. Zhuo Xiaonian's footsteps suddenly stopped. She was stunned. A sentence rang in her mind. He Yuanyue said it. If it's the Phoenix Pulse spirit, there are only 3 targets, you, Meng Qinyu, and Ning Qingcheng. Ning Qingcheng's 97 astral souls. Although Meng Qinyu's is only 95, she occupies the highest number. But at present, the most likely target is you. This sentence made Zhuo Xiaonian stunned. Meng Qinyu. Meng Qintian. Meng family. The first financial group. Could it be? Zhuo Xiaonian shook her head hard and threw this thought away. However, it was impossible to get rid of. Zhuo Xiaonian sighed deeply, her bright eyes flashing. When I first arrived, you were chatting and laughing with those young ladies. Your eyes were almost stuck into their chests. It was quite enjoyable, wasn't it? Zhuo Xiaonian asked in a strange tone, how big? Did you see it clearly? Zhuo Xiaoduo quivered, I didn't see it clearly, but they should not be as big as you. Bang! Zhuo Xiaoduo's whole body flew 127 meters in the air. Zhuo Xiaonian's face was red. Her mouth was muttering something, but looking at her gnashing her teeth, it should not be anything good. Then Zhuo Xiaoduo was miserably thrown 8 or 9 times in the air. After a good round of swearing and begging for mercy, he finally won Zhuo Xiaonian's temporary forgiveness. Back home, Zhuo Xiaoduo went into his room and hid under the bed. Well, this guy was looking at his secret stash to determine the specific amount. Through the attack on Qin Fangyang and Li Changjiang, Zhuo Xiaoduo had a lot of feelings in his heart. He was sure of one thing, hidden weapons would be his essential weapon. Otherwise, he might really be caught unprepared. Therefore, it was necessary to make some hidden weapons and carry them with him, just in case. But what should he make specifically? He counted the money. During this period, his little stash had increased to 25,000 yuan, which seemed to be a lot. It's still too early to talk about weapons, because once I make a weapon, it will inevitably form a relatively fixed fighting style. But it's not suitable for me to form a fighting style at my current level. It's too early, too weak, and too shallow. Once I form a fixed fighting style, I will be limited by my thinking when I meet a strong enemy in the future. So, it's still necessary to make a batch of hidden weapons now. Well, I still have the same question, what should I make? Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little melancholy. What kind of hidden weapon could be used to show off, looked good, and had enough lethality at the same time? It would be best if it had a strong personal signature style. Thinking about it, if one day he used a hidden weapon, it would make everyone on the battlefield exclaim at the same time. People on his side were wild with joy. Wow! Master Xiaoduo is here. That's great. Master Xiaoduo is mighty. The enemies screamed, oh no. Master Xiao Duo is here, run. These hidden weapons are fatal. Everyone run, run. What's more, when the enemies saw his hidden weapons, they immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging, Master Xiao Duo, please spare my life. I was forced to do this. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old son. Please have mercy and spare my life. Ha ha ha. As he thought about it, Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed heartily, and his eyes narrowed. Great, this is the trick, I've decided to do it. It was just that the imagination was beautiful, and the decision was delightful. But when it came to the actual operation, how could it be distinguished? How could it be cool? How could it strike a chord in people's hearts? How could it be terrifying? There was still a long way to go before he could do all this. The path of the classic trick was never easy to walk. Zhuo Xiaoduo sat on the bed, thinking hard, but he still couldn't find the main point and direction. At this time, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were also discussing something. Nian, sword, what kind of weapon are you going to make? There are no skilled craftsmen in Phoenix City now. Wu Yuding frowned and said, such good materials, there is no reason to compromise. It would be a joke if it was wasted. Zhuo Changlu smiled faintly, I have already made arrangements for the craftsmen, they should be here in a few days. But when the time comes, we don't have to care too much, let Xiao Duo and little Nian do it themselves. After all, everyone has their own fate. Yes. Indeed, we shouldn't get too involved. After all, we don't have any practical ability now, it's not good to let them know too much. Yes, that would be a trap for them. If they encounter a strong enemy, and know that their parents are experts, they will come and see that we can't do anything to help. Their backing has fallen, and they still need to rely on their protection, it will directly harm the children. Yes, that's what I said. Let them go on their own. Zhuo Changlu said matter-of-factly, who doesn't walk their own path? Relying on the heavens, the earth, and their parents, how many can go far? You have to walk your own path step by step, only then can you be strong. By the way, the two of them didn't eat at home tonight, so there's a lot left, Wu Yuding said. You have to slowly get used to it. Now that Xiao Duo has been promoted to martial master, he will probably go to the martial master class soon. Going to the martial master class means that he will often go out to carry out missions, and the time he will spend at home may not exceed 2 days a month. Zhuo Changlu's expression was a little deep, and he said, when a baby eagle grows up, it has to learn to fly by itself. How can you not understand this principle? Wu Yuding's expression was full of depression and disappointment. She sighed deeply and murmured, I clearly felt that yesterday, he was still a baby running around in front of my knees. How can in the blink of an eye? Zhuo Changlu smiled, hugged his wife in his arms, and sighed softly, this is life, the life of an ordinary person. No matter which pair of parents it is, they have to face the day when they have to let go. The so-called taste of life is not just a saying. No matter how much you don't want to let go, when the time comes, you have to let go. In another room in the house, Zhuo Xiaonian sat by the window, quietly practicing the Moon Soul Sutra that she had just learned. Strength. Strength. I must break through the gate of death. I must protect my dog, at least for 1,000 years. 10,000 years. I am Xiao Duo's best shield. The storm in Phoenix City was in the ascendant, and the power of the UMNO alliance was gradually surfacing. No. This Meng Chen Tian, the UMNO alliance wants to kill me and steal the Phoenix Pulse spirit, and if I am right, is the Meng family also? Or, the Meng family and the Wu family. Thinking of this, Zhuo Xiaonian stopped thinking about it. She must find an opportunity to discuss it with Grandma he first. For the time being, she could not tell Master. Because Master was in danger now. Moreover, the place where she lived and practiced was arranged by the Meng family. And it might not be the case. Zhuo Xiaonian comforted herself. Chen Yu should not be that kind of person. This matter was too big. Flying dagger. I can consider making a few more. The style should be based on the small flying dagger that Uncle Nan gave me. When I was playing with it before, I felt that it was quite handy, but there is only one, so it is a bit monotonous. Also, it is too ordinary. Zhuo Xiaoduo lay on the bed, flying dagger, good concealment, but it is mostly used by girls. It is too effeminate for a man like me to use it. Round dart. I can consider this. Gold dart. Vulgar. Give up. Iron dart, it is heavy enough and lethal enough, but it is not flashy enough, and it is not cool enough. Forget it, I will not think about it for now. I will cultivate. The next episode was really 6 o'clock. Monthly ticket subscription recommendation ticket. Chapter 92. After pondering for a long time, Zhuo Xiaoduo still couldn't come to a conclusion. Instead, he started to cultivate the flaming sun true qi. The moment he started cultivating, the flaming sun true qi started to circulate vigorously. Zhuo Xiaoduo could clearly feel that his spiritual energy was circulating faster and faster, to the point that the spiritual energy in the air was being sucked into him like a tide. The Dantian flame was getting hotter and hotter. The flame of the astral souls was getting hotter and hotter. That purple flame was burning more and more merrily. As the flame of the astral souls continued to dance, the spiritual energy in his meridian surged at a high speed, wave after wave, faster and faster. It was indeed a rare top-grade cultivation technique in the world. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that his cultivation speed was at least 5 times faster than when he was cultivating ordinary cultivation techniques. The only fly in the ointment was that his crotch was still hard. From the moment he started cultivating, he had been in a ferocious state all the way. So much so that after cultivating for 4 hours, with a ripping sound, a hole appeared in his underwear. A black dragon poked its head out. Oh my god. Zhuo Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. I'm still thinking about hidden weapons. This. In the future. Can it also become an ultimate move? Thinking about it, it seemed a little shameful. Zhuo Xiaoduo pressed it down, pushed it in, and pressed his thighs down. Cultivate. The night was silent. Early the next morning, Zhuo Xiaonian had already left home and didn't even eat breakfast. Zhuo Xiaoduo first drank half a pot of porridge, ate 12 buns, 8 eggs, 4 corns, and 2 pieces of boiled sweet potatoes. He wiped out the entire family's breakfast in one go. Still not satisfied, he took out the remaining steamed buns from last night and dipped them in chili sauce and ate another 4 steamed buns. Finally, he poured a big bowl of water and drank it all in one gulp. Only then did he burp and walk out the door. Wu Yuding, who had watched the whole process from beginning to end, was dumbfounded and tongue-tied. Zhuo Chenglu had just finished brushing his teeth. With a puff, he spat out a mouthful of foam. He wiped his mouth and walked over. What's good this morning? Where's the rice? Rice? You only know how to eat. No, your son only knows how to eat. Wu Yuding's mouth twitched. I think this kid can't be called a dog anymore. Zhuo Chenglu was surprised. Ah. What? What? Your son ate all the breakfast. I'll make it for you again. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and went into the kitchen. What? Xiao ate it all by himself. There were so many of them just now. Zhuo Zhanglu checked the pots one by one. Finally, he flew into a rage. You really didn't leave anything behind? Pig. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo was in front of a very famous martial arts workshop in Phoenix City. This was a place that specialized in making weapons for martial artists. At least in the area of Phoenix City, it was very famous. Is the boss here? There's a guest here, so I'm making some hidden weapons. As soon as Zhuo Xiaoduo entered the door, he slammed a thick stack of 10,000 yuan on the table. Do you know what this is? This is the power of money. When the person opposite him saw this, the conclusion he came to was, "Wow, today's guest is a fat sheep, the kind that is unrecognizable." A burly middle-aged man with a towel draped over his shoulder came out after hearing the voice. His eyes lit up the moment he glanced over. "Yo, this. Little brother, it seems that you're a martial arts master." Sua Xiaoduo reservedly said, "I can't say I'm an expert, I just know a little bit of skill. I'm just a beginner, a rough beginner." "Ha, look at your concealed weapons. Bring them all up for me to see." With this posture and this tone, he was not only a fat sheep, but also a big customer. The man didn't dare to be negligent. Immediately, he brought out 2 or 3 of the high-quality products that he produced. On the table, there were no less than 40 to 50 types of products. Then, he introduced them one by one in detail, sparing no effort in recommending them. Too ordinary. These are all too ordinary. Sua Xiaoduo was really stunned at this moment. He was testing the feeling of a meridian nail in his hand. According to the man, this meridian nail was made of fine steel. It was strong and tough, enough to withstand the strongest spiritual source of a practitioner at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. However, as Sua Xiaoduo poured the power of the flaming sun scripture into it, he wanted to confirm the specific spiritual energy tolerance of this thing. In the end, he realized. The meridian nail in his hand actually softened. The meridian nail, which was said to be made of fine steel, actually softened. Sua Xiaoduo's eyeballs were about to fall out. "I wanted to use a hidden weapon. In the end, as soon as I used my power, the hidden weapon directly softened. Damn it, how am I supposed to play this game? Others are shooting out projectiles one by one, but my projectiles are shooting out in bundles. Are there any other materials?" Sua Xiaoduo asked as he held the meridian nail in his hand without batting an eyelid. "Other materials?" The man was stunned for a moment and said, "There are high-quality ones, such as Astral Soul's iron. We also have other cold iron magic copper, but the price is not cheap. Let me have a look." He laid out a few more. Sua Xiaoduo picked out the cold iron sleeve arrow, which was said to be the hardest material, and held it in his hand. Then, the sleeve arrow followed in the meridian nail's footsteps and softened as well. Sua Xiaoduo was left speechless. Could it be that this man is targeting me, Sua Xiaoduo? Do you have any other hidden weapons made of other materials in your shop? The man couldn't help but be suspicious. He looked up and down at Sua Xiaoduo. Could it be that this kid is here to take advantage of me? You already have 2 hidden weapons in your hands. Did you think I didn't see it? Could it be that you're planning to use the excuse that you don't like them and take the opportunity to steal the 2 hidden weapons in your hands? No more. No more. Sua Xiaoduo was shocked. You have such a big weapon shop, and this is all you have? Isn't this the best weapon shop in Phoenix City? The man became more and more annoyed. He said in a muffled voice, "Customer, you've seen more than 100 types of hidden weapons, and you still think it's not enough? Then tell me how much is too much." The hidden weapons that are commonly seen in the world are none other than the ones that are displayed in this shop. To boast, in the entire Phoenix City, there isn't another shop that has more hidden weapons in stock than this shop. As long as I'm looking for hidden weapons, it's fine with any material, not limited to steel or metal. Sua Xiaoduo said, "Show me everything you have. We don't lack money." As he spoke, he patted the stack of money on the table. His face was full of wealth and generosity. The corner of the man's mouth twitched. This brother obviously didn't have much confidence in earning money from this kid in front of him anymore. There's really no other material. Gold and silver are too vulgar, right? Just show me. A pile of hidden weapons made of gold and silver was taken out. These things were purely for decoration. They were completely useless in actual combat. Sua Xiaoduo tested them in his hands. He found that they were even more useless than the meridian needle sleeve arrow. They were too soft. Is there anything else? The man looked at Sua Xiaoduo's right hand. His eyes were wide open. What's the structure of your right hand? Is it a gold-swallowing beast? Why doesn't anything come out after it goes in? No more. There's really nothing else this time. The man shook his head like a rattledrum. That's it. Sua Xiaoduo was very dissatisfied. Think about it again. This is the #1 weapon shop in Phoenix City. The man held his breath. There's a type of hidden weapon made of jade. But those are all used by young masters to show off. Do you still want to see them? Used to show off? Sua Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry up and bring them out. The man. With a clatter, a pile of very ordinary jade knives, small gourds, small buttons, small ingots, small flowers, and small grass were taken out. These little things were all the size of a fingernail. There were only smaller ones, but there was no smallest one. It looked exquisite and translucent, flowing with light and vibrant colors. It was very beautiful, but this thing's other characteristic was that it was brittle. They would break at the drop of a hand. After all, they were of the most ordinary quality and not the jade of astral souls. When the jade of astral souls was placed in Sua Xiaoduo's hands, the spiritual energy in it was sucked out when he used his internal energy. It became gray and unsightly. As for this kind of ordinary jade, there was no spiritual energy in it that could be used for cultivation. It was purely good-looking. Sua Xiaoduo fell in love with it at first sight. He took one of them and kept it in his palm. Then, he started to use his internal energy. The man opposite him stared at it with his eyes wide open. Why did he take another one? Sua Xiaoduo was surprised once again. This was because the jade in his hand, which had been affected by the sun flame true qi, was still cold. There was no change at all. Good stuff. Sua Xiaoduo placed it in his palm. He couldn't bear to put it down and looked at it from left to right. This is the most suitable treasure for me. Sua Xiaoduo smiled. Using the weakest jade to cause the strongest damage. This feeling of acting tough is simply off the charts. I believe that other than me, no one else in the entire continent would use this as a hidden weapon. This is really wonderful. It's so wonderful that it's made in heaven. It's a match made in heaven. The man was even more confused. What's wrong with this guy? Is he crazy? Why did he choose this after such a long time? What's the price for this? Sua Xiaoduo picked up a small gourd. This is cheap, the man said weakly. 1 yuan for 2. That's too expensive. Sua Xiaoduo stared at him. You're asking for too much. Last year, I bought 400 of them online for 50 yuan. You're asking for too much. Are you trying to ruin your own reputation? The man was even more speechless. After a long while, after some hard bargaining, Sua Xiaoduo finally got the order at 1 yuan for 10 gourds. Make 1,000 of this, 1,000 of this, 1,000 of this, 1,000 of this as well. And these 7 or 8 types, 1,000 of each. You must guarantee the quality. Don't try to fool me. If you do, you'll be ruining your own reputation. Let me tell you, if you dare to fool me, I'll hire over 100 old ladies to block your door every day. The kind that you can blow away with a single breath. Chapter 93. The burly man only had one feeling now, he was weak. There were 10,000 of them, and they were worth at most 1,000 yuan. What a waste of my time. It was the first time he had seen such a weirdo. The deal hadn't even been done yet, and he was already scared shitless by the threat. Also, if you want to show off, you can say that you're the only one in the world. Bullshit. Are you shameless? What kind of cosmetics did you use to maintain your skin so thick? I've seen so many young masters like you, if not 1,000, then at least 800. Leave a deposit. Deposit? Zhuo Xiaoduo was furious. You need a deposit for something worth 1,000 yuan. How much? 500. He, 10 yuan. After a long time, the burly man held the 50 yuan deposit and wanted to cry. You have to hurry. I need it urgently. These hidden weapons are used to kill enemies, protect the country, and protect the people. I told you, 6 days at most. You have to finish them. The 40 to 50 on your table are all useless. I'll take them and hold them off for now. It's a waste to leave them here. Other than me, who else would want them? Money? You're interesting. I've placed an order for 10,000 pieces. What's wrong with giving me a little extra? Zhuo Xiaoduo educated him, don't be so calculative. Be generous. Okay, you don't have to send me off. Why did you send me so far? What about those two? What do you mean by those two? Money? Didn't I give you 50 yuan? You want more? What kind of quality do you have? Zhuo Xiaoduo left contentedly, feeling satisfied. The burly man squatted at the door, his eyes dull. This morning's work. Why does it feel so strange? Am I possessed or am I seeing a ghost? He was a miser. At this moment, number 2 high school was still in a state of lockdown. Even the volume of the students walking and talking was much lower. Originally, on the street in front of second high school, many of the shops that were originally doing very well had closed their doors. No one knew where the shop owners had run off to. After all, the commotion this time was too big, and the news was too tense. No one knew when a great battle between the cultivators of second high would break out. The shop owners here were basically ordinary people. Once a battle broke out, just the aftermath alone would kill a lot of them. Because of this, they naturally hid. For the next 3 days, the entire Phoenix City was in a state of panic, as if every bush and tree was an enemy. Phoenix City's current situation could no longer be considered to be in a state of panic and trepidation, because the flames of war had already spread to this pure land. The sounds of battle could be heard from time to time. After a while, an explosion suddenly came from the east of the city, and a battle suddenly broke out. The next moment, a huge fire rose to the sky in the west of the city, and the fire was monstrous. In the center of the city, a large number of city guard experts suddenly flew back and forth. The health department was also in a terrible fix. The originally clean and tidy city would be stained with blood at some point. It was a complete mess. At noon that day, everyone suddenly heard a loud bang above their heads. The entire city seemed to shake for a moment. But the sky was clearly clear for thousands of miles. Where did the sound of thunder come from? When they raised their heads and looked over, everyone was shocked. In the sky, a graceful figure, holding a weapon that flickered with cold light, was engaged in a great battle with a demon shrouded in black fog. The two of them fought fiercely in the sky, and the rumbling continued. The demon wanted to rush down countless times, but it was blocked by the fairy. At the end of the battle, the demon let out a long roar, and a rain of blood fell. Then, black smoke rolled toward the north. The graceful fairy with a long sword in her hand was unwilling to let go and chased after it. As the demon went far away, the sky finally became clear again. It was also during this great battle that another legend suddenly appeared in Phoenix City, I saw a fairy. Many people took videos and photos of this battle, and the internet was very lively for a while. However, this lively atmosphere only lasted for less than 10 minutes. In a trance, all kinds of fairy images that were quickly climbing to the top disappeared, and a harmonious society reappeared. Those sensational news and headlines took over people's attention again. The super-popular star Gu Luoyan is on a nationwide concert tour. All the proceeds will be donated to the Sun Moon Pass to help the soldiers resist the UMNO alliance. First stop, fourth stop. Sixth stop, Antai City. Antai City. Everyone in Phoenix City was shocked. Antai City was the sixth stop of Gu Luoyan's nationwide concert tour. This was simply unbelievably explosive news. It must be known that Phoenix City was only a few hundred miles away from Antai City, and there was no danger on this road. It was very safe. After quickly realizing this point, all of the Phoenix City Wild Goose fans suddenly went crazy. Gu Luoyan. She was the most popular female star in the Yanwu Empire. 6 years ago, when she debuted, she became famous with the song, Blood Rain from the Sky. Her female, neutral, magnetic voice sang about the sacrifices and heroism of all the warriors in the Astral Souls continent. It was said that the current finance minister of the Yanwu Empire, Nan Zhengqian, who was the first marshal of the Southern Army at the Sun Moon Pass, praised this song as iron blood and tender feelings. He ordered all the soldiers to turn around and salute his wife who was far away in their hometown. The day you left, it was snowing. You said that your heart was home, you said that your country was behind you. You fought in the plains, you fought in the desert. You should remember, when you are tired, you look back at me. I heard that you roared at the sun and the moon, you stood in the fire, you had your comrades by your side, you had me behind you. The day you came back, it was blood raining from the sky. The quiet smile in the photo is my youth. You are always smiling to me, you protected your home, you protected your country. But I told you in my heart, you protected everything, but you will not protect me. The day you left, it was snowing from the sky. The day you came back, it was blood. It was this song. Every word and sentence sang about the heroism and sacrifice of warriors and soldiers. It also sang about the endless love of a daughter. It was said that this song was based on a true story. From then on, Gu Luoyan wore the words iron blood tender heart on her head. In the next 6 years, Gu Luoyan composed many military songs, praising martial artists and soldiers. He even went to Sun Moon Pass many times to perform there, which was very popular with the soldiers. Gu Luoyan's reputation in the Yanwu Empire was already resounding. Her reputation in the army was even more impressive. The soldiers all affectionately called her, our little sister. The recent nationwide concert tour had caused countless fans to lose their voices from all the shouting. However, all this had nothing to do with Zhuo Xiaoduo. To Zhuo Xiaoduo, no matter how popular Gu Luoyan was, she could not compare to his Nian cat. For the past few days, he had been training hard in school. Other than enduring Qin Fangyang's daily beatings, he also had to face the joint attacks of Long Yusheng, Wan Lixiu, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, and Li Chenglong. When he was free, he would chat with Li Chenglong. Little Fatty felt that Zhuo was getting friendlier and friendlier to him. The stingy Zhuo actually bought him a lollipop that day. This was unprecedented generosity. He wondered if he would ever get such an honor again in his life. Little Fatty was so touched that he almost cried. In these few days, Zhuo Xiaoduo recommended himself to read the fortune of Long Yusheng and the others. Each of them received 200 yuan. This round of fortune-telling made up for the loss of the hidden weapon. He did not feel the pain in his heart anymore. The other benefit of reading the fortune of the 5 of them was that the 5 of them received exactly half a drop of luck points. To be honest, Zhuo Xiaoduo was quite dissatisfied with this result. These 5 people were too useless. Did they not know that only by helping those in danger, giving them guidance, and escaping from calamities, could a fortune-teller gain more luck? However, Zhuo Xiaoduo insisted on reading the fortune of the 5 of them. Although his original intention was more for the luck points, he also had good intentions. Previously, Zhuo Xiaoduo had roughly read the fortune of the 5 of them. However, he did not receive any money, so it was not really a fortune-telling. The results of the previous reading were as follows: Long Yusheng, success at a young age. Has the potential to soar into the sky. Has a broken pattern between his eyebrows. Mainly when he spreads his wings. Dies young in middle age. Wan Lixiu, success at a young age. Has the appearance of a phoenix. Has a broken pattern between her eyebrows. Mainly when she spreads her wings. Dies young in middle age. Yu Moyan, dies young in middle age. Li Zhangming, luck at a young age. Nervous in middle age. Broken mountain roots in middle age. Desolate in old age. Li Chenglong, mediocre in life. Has students all over the world. This was Zhuo Xiaoduo's understanding of the original fate of the 5 of them. Therefore, he insisted on reading the fortune of the 5 of them this time. He wanted to give them guidance so that they could get out of their predetermined predicament and turn misfortune into good fortune. At the same time, he could earn the luck points of the 5 of them. Wouldn't that be a lot? However, when he officially read their fortune today, Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked to discover that the fortune of the 5 of them had all changed. It was very different from what he had seen before. This made Zhuo Xiaoduo feel that he had suffered a loss. It was simply unbelievable. Long Yusheng, success at a young age. Soars into the sky. Takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Stars gather between his eyebrows. Light gradually converges. Fortune comes from the 5 directions. Meets a benefactor in life. Takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Wanli Xiu, success at a young age. Dragon roars and wind howls. Spreads his wings in all directions. Soars into the clouds. Mountain roots are continuous. Stars appear between his eyebrows. Phoenix Palace has a bottom. Light gradually converges. Fortune comes from the 5 directions. Fortune comes from the 8 directions. Meets a benefactor in life. Takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Yu Moyan, success at a young age. Meets a benefactor in life. Takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Li Zhangming, success at a young age. Takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Meets a benefactor in life. Takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Li Chenglong, success at a young age. Spreads his wings and goes straight to the clouds. Fortune comes from the 5 directions. Meets a benefactor in life. Takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Hiss. After looking at the fortune of the 5 of them, Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but take in a cold breath. Why were these bastards so lucky? Moreover, this was too strange. Why were all the fortune tellers saying that they met a benefactor in life? Takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Wasn't the similarity a little fake? Thinking about the similarities between the 5 of them, could it be because they were classmates? When Zhuo Xiaoduo thought of this, he hurriedly used the excuse of going to the toilet to look at his own face in the mirror. I'm also their classmate. I'll also meet a benefactor in my life. I'll borrow his power to soar to the heavens. Today's update will be 9 chapters. Currently, the subscription is not very ideal. Please help me. Monthly subscription and recommendation tickets. The 10th anniversary of the Feng family will be starting soon. Please don't miss it. Thank you to all the leaders for your tips. Thank you to all the brothers and sisters for subscribing. Thank you.